You may get the feeling that something's happening in France's tech scene. Something special, something big. You're right. And you know what? It could be even better with you here.
Hello, my name is Marianne and I'm a Regional French Tech Attaché for ASEAN region, based at the French Embassy in Singapore. Today, I'm going to talk about La French Tech and how you can join us. So first, what is La French Tech? La French Tech refers to the French startup scene. It's also a special government initiative inside the Emmanuel Macron administration, better known as French Tech Mission, to bolster France as a country where tech startups can start, scale, and succeed in companies that make sense for the future. So, French ecosystem is now completely booming with 10,000 startups, 14 unicorns, more than 300 incubators, 50 accelerators, famous research institutes, CNRS, INRIA, etc., and 71 innovation clusters. Finally, La French Tech is also the name given to communities of French and Francophile entrepreneurs around the world. So today there are 99 French Tech communities based in more than 100 cities all over the world. So communities are made to, 1, facilitate introduction between startup locally based and French entrepreneurs looking to expand their business in the targeted country. Second, provide visibility to startups founded by French, Francophone, Francophile entrepreneurs who are operating in the country. Third, reference public and private initiatives and organizations that support French startups expanding in the targeted country. Last but not least, be the entry point for local investors, companies, engineers willing to explore new opportunities in France. So to get in touch with French tech communities in the country you are based in, you can contact the members through the dedicated website. So most of the communities have one. So I'm going to focus on La French Tech ASEAN. Asia is the geographical area with the most French tech communities after Europe, with no less than 14 communities. In ASEAN, the official French tech communities are Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, and Philippines. The 6 communities are more or less recent, 5 years of existence for La French Tech Vietnam, and a little less than a year for Malaysia and Philippines. So to sum up, La French Tech is the French tech scene, a special task force inside the Macron administration, and the name given to the communities of French and Francophile entrepreneurs. So now, how to join La French Tech? There is the French Tech Visa, which is a visa, a simplified fast-track scheme for non-EU startup employees, founders, and investors to obtain a residence permit in France. So what are the benefits? It's family-friendly. Your visa automatically extends to your spouse and minor dependent children. It's valid for 4 years and renewable. It's diploma agnostic. Almost every startup visa scheme in the world has diploma requirements. Ours does not.
Join us.
Il ci arrivi la French Tech.
Join La French Tech.
Tiaju, La French Tech.
Venia para La French Tech.
Raggiungete La French Tech.
Join La French Tech.
Rejoignez la French Tech.
See you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Vincent Castaño. I'm working for the Embassy of France in Singapore, and I'm pleased to share with you the France Excellence Internship Program. So we launched this program in 2019 with the local Singaporean universities, which are NTU, NUS, SIT, SMU, SUSS, and SUTD. And we are currently working with more than 22 French companies which are established in Singapore. This program will allow students to do an internship with a French company based in Singapore, but will also give French companies more visibility to Singaporean universities, because this internship program will gather all the internship offers in France, in Singapore, but also over the world. And finally, this program will allow you to easily join a French company after you have been graduated. If you want to jump into this program, you need first belong to a third or fourth year of your undergraduate program, but you can also be involved in a master program. The internship has to be between 3 to 6 months. Don't worry about your skills in French because only English is required. Also, you need to belong to one of the 6 Singaporean universities, so which are NTU, NUS, SIT, SMU, HUSS, and SUTD. And also, your internship can be in any kind of field. So you can jump into this program while working in science, in business, communication, but also in art, law. Actually, it depends of the internship offers proposed by the French companies. And finally, the internship can be anywhere around the world. It can be in Singapore, it can be in France, it can be in America, as long as your internship is with a French company. So how about the cost sharing? This program will be really interesting for you for several reasons. If your internship is carried out in France, the Embassy of France will cover the flight tickets and the internship visa fees. Also, we will help you to find an accommodation because sometimes it can be really hard, especially in Paris, to find a cheap accommodation and well located. And also, we will send scholarship in order to follow French language classes because we think it can be really interesting for you to, even if the French language is not prohibited, I think it can be still interesting for you to learn the basics of the French language. So you will receive a scholarship during the 3 first months of the internship period. For internship carried out in France, the French companies will also provide a monthly stipend, which is around 885 Singaporean dollar. And all the other remaining costs are at the charge of your home. So we advise you to check with your universities if they don't have any other scholarship for overseas internship. So for the application process, we have a dedicated form where you can see all the internship offers posted by the French companies. So you can see the link on this slide. Once you click on, so you can first see all the internship. You can then directly apply on this platform, and you will manage all your application directly on this portal. So right now, the application is open to any Singaporean students belonging to the local universities. This platform is open until the 1st of December, but we might extend this deadline until further notice because we think it's really because right now we only open it 2 times a year. But we will, from beginning of 2021, we will open this platform until further notice. So right now we have 22 French companies involved in this program. So you can see, maybe you can already know some of them which are really famous, like Airbus, Danone, L'Oréal, or Ubisoft. So as I said before, this internship program is open to anyone. For example, on the first edition, you can see on the slide that we had mainly students from computer engineering, business, but also communication. So do not hesitate, even if you are, for example, from arts or culture or for example from electrical engineering, do not hesitate to regularly check the internship offers, because it can cover any kind of domain. So if you check right now the internship offers on this platform, you will see more than 17 internship based in Singapore and some other in Asia. But be careful about the deadline. If you are applying for an internship based in Singapore, you have to apply at least 1 month before, and at least 2 months before if you are applying for an internship overseas. To conclude, we will be very happy to help you to jump into this program, because we think it could be really interesting for you to work or to have an experience with French companies based in Singapore for your future, or to foster your career. So do not hesitate to reach me at the following address for any question you may have. Have a good day, and we hope to get you on board soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's fine and Singapore is treating you well. I just wanted to say welcome to a little bit about Atos, and I thank you for taking time to find out more about us as you look forward into your future for a career that you find fulfilling and suits your ambitions. So I am going to give you a very quick presentation about Atos. Just give me a minute as I click to the next slide. Doesn't seem to be moving. I'll try again. Okay, so our employer value proposition is what this slide is about. Many companies talk about, especially in technology, and considering today's environment, a lot of the emphasis is not only just business, but how business is making a meaningful impact on the environment, on the people, and the space as a whole. So Atos has very recently launched a whole new employer value proposition where the decisions we make today and the decisions that we make in our careers, and how we are going to be contributing to the company and how the company can contribute back to you. It's actually a decision that's conscientiously our future, is our choice. So this is where Atos is heading towards. It's done a lot of pre work around it, as we've always been driving reports and auditing around how best we are contributing back to the customer in terms of carbon footprint, meaning reducing carbon footprint, and how we are looking at innovating ways that business can thrive in a sustainable economy. This is a look into our main focus areas in the business. A lot of the buzzwords these days are artificial intelligence, edge computing, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, and cloud sustainability. But every aspect of it is just not about Atos. It is about our customers. So we want to be able to impress upon our customers that we are obsessively concerned and committed and dedicated to your business growth. Therefore, everything about our way of doing business is about our customers, and their future is very exciting for us. And every aspect of this is also underpinned by our sense of purpose. Hence, this has become also a way that the EVP and our ambition is developed over the year and over several years as we go forward. In a nutshell, what can you take away, if at all, about Atos? So this slide gives you an overview. How many thousand employees there are, and they're all experts because they come from different aspects of all the business solutions that I've presented. How many countries are we located? Where is our revenue at? one of the key value proposition, or one of the key highlights of our business has always been our involvement with the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, and we've been doing it since the 1990s. And we have our contract with the Olympic Committee as their partners up to 2024. And over the years, I will also talk a little bit later, but you'll realize that over the years, as technology is dynamic and it evolves, how we've also as a partner of the Olympic Committee, have also evolved or taken their game from a different dynamic as it was for now and for tomorrow. Also, we have just a couple of weeks ago, we've launched Atos One Cloud. It's also already our position as a global leader, but we are doing things, we are launching programs, and we're launching messages that reinforces our leadership in the cloud and digital workplace. You would also begin to see, if you follow Atos on Twitter, on LinkedIn, that in the coming weeks there would also be some news around quantum. We have very strong case studies and business practices and partners who are with us on HPC, high performance computing, and quantum is one of those, because we kind of look at how data is going to be impacting every aspect of the world, of business, of economy, of life. So look up for us on social media. We're also number one managed security services in Europe, number 3 worldwide. We spend a lot of time and resources and talents in terms of R&D and patents. And some of these patents, you might be interested to know, are coming from student population and new inventions that are coming out with SMEs or entrepreneurs or new players in the market, because it's such a dynamic industry. We've actually got specific programs that are running just to become incubators of these kind of ideas, and we have talents inside our organization where they mentor and they help these organizations take an idea to proof of concept, from proof of concept to potentially reviewed by patent boards, and how that eventually becomes businesses. And I will talk a little bit about that as well when we go into the IT challenge. We've also got 52,000 digital certifications, and as industry best in class, we also have reached certain aspects in terms of a carbon footprint, how much revenue that is in terms of dollars, European dollars. Okay, moving on to the next slide. Here, yeah. So as the world is an oyster for all of you, you might want to know, yeah. So all this is all about Atos, but why would it be of any interest to me as an individual, as someone who's looking at my career, my prospects for the future? So ask us why, and some of these stats and some of these facts might help you understand and put together a plan for yourself about what kind of company you want to be associated with, what kind of company you feel that you can achieve your ambitions. Because like I mentioned earlier, look at the innovation and the investments that we have as just on the leading and the innovation side of things. We've got a dynamic group of experts who form the scientific and expert communities. They come from all different aspects of business, all different aspects of solutions. They sit together, they come up with thought leadership, they actually even forecast where business is going to go in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. If you go to our website, you'll pull out documents that says Journey 2024, and this was released last year. So they've already projecting where businesses are, and several times over the years we've been proven that our scientific community is not just looking through a crystal ball. They prove it with the facts and figures that's in front of them, and therefore project it realistically. Yes, Atos Scaler is the program I was talking about with regards to the SMEs and the new ideas and the new entrepreneurs that are coming out. great opportunity. We've also presented that to analysts who have all given us the thumbs up and positioned us well in the magic quadrants. These are the things that you kind of need to look out for when you're looking at companies for your potential careers. Under the uniquely position our value system and our value chain in terms of deliverables, and the kind of partners that we have on board. I mean, we're talking about Worldline, which is one of the leading players in terms of cash, e-payments, Google, Siemens, Amazon, and things like that, where we are partners with them. Because Atos, when we first started out, before this whole positioning about digital workplace and digitalization and digital transformation, and now with decarbonization, we are typically in the industry known as a service integrator and managed services people. Typically, that means we do not have a solution per se. What we have is talents and services. We take our talents, we go to companies and say, okay, this is what's good for you, this is how it will be implemented at the best way possible, until we have acquired new products that have come in. So now we have bull technologies, which then goes into cybersecurity. Again, please feel free to look at us and review the company on atas.net, which is our global website. When you can, if you want to look at Singapore and Asia Pacific, it's just a /Singapore or a /Asia Pacific, and you get all the details that you need to research and to understand what more you need in your arsenal of information as you look through employees and employers. Again, looking at the secure and decarbonized digital, we are top 3 worldwide players in digital security. We are uniquely placed to present decarbonization to our customers, and internally, we want to be part of movers and shakers who will shape the future for businesses in the decarbonized sphere. Okay, so this is opening really slowly, but this is just another page that gives you our accolades, where we are, what we're known for, and what we are recognized for. And here is a good slide that gives you a real breakdown of all the different offices around the world. How that makes us 110,000 employee is like a country by itself. As far as usually when I talk to my friends or businesses, and I'll say, look, Atos is like a country by itself. Look at the amount of businesses that goes through and the revenue that's generated, or the diversity, just the diversity alone, from cultures and languages and nationalities. And it's just not unique, as you know, UK to Middle East. It's multicultural cultural environment. So we have a lot of mixes, and everybody brings their unique culture and unique experience and their own unique mix into all the business relations and deliverables. So therefore, making it really fun, challenging, but fun. Without challenges, you don't have the fun, because you always have to climb the ladder to reach to the top. So it's really dynamic and it's quite exciting. And that was one of the reasons why I personally went into this company like 8 years ago. Again, a pat on our back. So we have achieved some of our proudest moments. I've talked about the quantum that's going to be launched in the next couple of weeks. Please have a look out for us. I've talked about the Olympic Games and how we are, involved in helping our client modernize their solutions, modernize their engagement. Modernize is kind of a lame word, but it is digitalization. It is for the tomorrow. And how we also work with IT Challenge to look at ways that we can bring new ideas to decarbonize environments. And also, with the new digital transformation, we ourselves should be walking the walk and talking the talk. So internally, we're also doing a lot of programs that's going to help our employees, our staff, for me, my colleagues, to digitalize their skills. Once upon a time, when you do certain work, you have to be customer facing all the time, but COVID situation has changed everything. So now that in itself has driven a lot of digital transformation amongst a lot of companies, including Atos. And so there are future ready programs where if And when this continues and how long it continues, solutions and our support for our clients will never be disrupted. Okay, so this gives us a quick look into our ambition. So how we are dedicated to building a sustainable future for our employees, for our business, and for our customers. Some of the logos you're seeing on top are awards that are presented to companies that are dedicated and have shown proof auditing and looking at the programs that we do internally and externally, and as well as analysts, and these are continuously we uh, submit for awards so that we are recognized for our efforts, and also it gives our customers, our clients, an understanding of where Atos is leading, and that Atos is committed to their future sustainability as well. Here I just want to point out one key fact, which is net carbon emission and where we are heading towards. And you can see that over the years, well, very recent years, where we've been, and by 2035, we are moving towards net zero carbon emissions. I think past week, our chairman and CEO, Eli Girard, had gone on to present a whole presentation around our commitment towards achieving this particular ambition of the net zero. It's available on LinkedIn. Please have a chat. And if you're interested to find out more about the CEO as well, look him up on LinkedIn, and he's very active there. It'll be a great opportunity for you to review where he's going with the business, why he's making all these conversations, and why would he be available for engagement with people of ideas. And so as a younger generation, you have that opportunity to make that impact. The other aspects of work is also how are we driving a great place to work environment. I mean, everybody wants to work, everybody wants to contribute, but also how does the company invest our resources into your development, into ensuring your well-being at work. So we have continuous education. We have what we call Atos University. You have a lot of programs under that. Annually, you're encouraged by your managers to look at programs that will help you move internally, meaning move up the ranks. That's not the right word to use, but move up your valley grades. Looking at also, some of us might have ambitions to want to move to projects or move to new solutions, move to new divisions. So there are certain credentials that you need to collect. So instead of going externally for these courses, you can do them internally. It is graded. Your managers are known, and at a time when you want to move from Singapore to, let's say, UK, the UK recruitment people will look at it and say, okay, does this fit? This is who are we looking for? And always there's an internal mobility policy, which means that recruitment departments are always looking to promote, move, and rely on internal talents to take up some of the leadership, some of the deliverables that's required in other places around the world. Also, we have what I'm showing you here is collaboration. We have an internal communication platform called Circuit for Atos. So this allows groups to be set up internally. So instead of you working in silo or working with just your colleagues in Singapore or within your department, you have now an opportunity to kind of talk to your colleagues at the other side of the planet. Through these kind of channels and these kind of chat rooms, where you have training is done there, launches of programs are done there, internal communication messages are done, even CEO APAC runs his own internal newsletters there. So you always have an opportunity to be part of the conversation, not be left to find out later on that this is what's happening. We leave and we provide you the opportunity to get involved, and we leave the power to you to get involved. Okay. Also, annually we run well-being days. Although part of the entire year, our internal communications team and our HR communications team and many others globally run programs. We have monthly, weekly, quarterly events that looks at how to better improve staff involvement in the company, staff welfare in the company. Many programs are run. However, there are dedicated weeks uh, of the year where we do programs that are like, say, for this year we had Invest in Yourself, which is all about education, all about taking up like yoga and introducing that, how to have a balance when we run family programs, so that we want to be able to reach out to younger generation like kids, tell them what can Atos do, how can Atos be your career choice. Look at what mommy and daddy are doing, or look at my brother and sister as they are working for this company, so to give them pride that they are part of an environment that is growth oriented, employee focused. Okay, so this is IT challenge, which is very interesting because we like to hear and gather new ideas, refreshing ideas from young talents around the world. We've been running this program for many years now. So this year's theme is how digital can decarbonize non-digital pathways, so digital decarbonization in business processes. It's it's quite difficult when you keep saying decarbonize, but the whole idea is tell us how you can better improve decarbonization for businesses, and it's for the future. So typically this runs for a whole year, and universities submit ideas. We then look at these ideas. We pass through the scientific community. Scientific community selects the top 3 or top 5 or top 10, and then they appoint mentors. Mentors then select or select the teams and work with the teams to work out the you know the ideas to something that is more business oriented and is able to be delivered. So it's fantastically run. We always have great submissions, and I want to show you some of these. So this is the timeline. If you are interested, there's also a website for that. It's IT Challenge Atos. And look at the winners. So for the past years, we've had first prize from France, from Austria, from Netherlands, and they sorry, and you can also see which are the universities they are from. So they're tier 1 universities, and we're really proud to have them there. And more winners from all other parts of the world. We're talking from Germany right up to UK. And where is APEC? So in 2015, we had second place for South Korea. So Dan Cook University, one of the top universities in APEC. Malaysia came in second place in 2016. Very fun. 2020, just last year, or this year, sorry. The submission was last year, award winning was this year. Malaysia won the first prize. So this is again talking about how we want to harness ideas, how we want to develop talents, how we want to be able to work with the new and upcoming people who are going to be the movers and shakers of tomorrow. And the mentors work with them, have been working with them to this stage of where they win, and now they will continue to work with them as these ideas become patents and potentially become solutions within the company. And also, I want to make a point here that several of these teams have been offered jobs in the company. They not only do they win 10,000 euros, not only do they have an opportunity to work with some of the top talents in the world. I mean, scientific talents and academic talents and business talents. They are also given an opportunity to work in the company. And a few of them, I think several years ago, worked with a major events team and went to Pyeongchang to help take up some of the positions that were available within our data center, within our command center, to help run Pyeongchang Winter Games. Very exciting. Okay, that now brings me to the games, the Olympic Games. The next few slides are just going to show you the kind of work that we have done. So you see all these mustard colored balls with keywords. So this is just the evolution of the Olympic Games. So where were we? We were at wired network to now wireless. Where were we when it's looking at local physical servers? Now we can do remote from Barcelona. Where we were in terms of managing websites and attacks, cyber attacks and things like that. Now a predictive analysis has come into play. Cloud is now also part of the main offerings. So it just so shows the evolution, and you can also look at all the logos that we've been involved in, and we'll be adding more. As you know, because of COVID and all that, Japan games have been moved, and we're looking forward to that as well, and hoping to hear better news. This shows that it's a 360. We provide every aspect of the business and work closely with our customer, the Olympic Committee, to ensure that the games run securely and we deliver everything on time anywhere. We can work we work a lot of our functions remotely from Barcelona, because we have an excellence center in Barcelona for the games itself, while a team actually moves to the specific country 4 years in advance just to look at the command center and to wire up and to be linked to every stadium that runs a game. Also processing volunteer passes, media passes, engagement with athletes, monitoring athletes' performance on the field. So there's a lot of other things. I've gone into one of these and it's like screens everywhere, people everywhere. But there's an order and there's a system and there's deliverables and there's a certain sense of security that comes from hiring a company like Atos that has the experience and the track record to make it happen. Okay. I'm going to skip this. I think I talked a lot about Atos in terms of the games, but again, it just shows you that we are a community. We are recognized as a global leader. We are secure and we're committed to the businesses that are with us, with our clients. We want to be, and we want to be able to present and be the leaders of growth factors within digital transformation of businesses inside and outside, and we welcome new talents, new ideas, and new opportunities to engage the community in meaningful ways. So at Atos, inside and outside and amongst all the stakeholders, we are committed to make sure that the future is our choice, and we welcome you to be part of it. And that ends my presentation. If there's any questions, I'll be very happy to take it. Thank you.
What is Essilor? It's a pioneering company that has innovated for 170 years to correct and protect the vision of each person on this planet. 69,000 dedicated employees serving more than 350,000 eye care professionals around the world, united by a shared mission. That mission is Greg's vision that demands peak performance at all times. Tanya's vision, because a bright future starts with what she learns. George's vision, who is 70 years old and still has much to do. Our mission is everyone's vision. Because providing solutions that serve the individual vision needs of the 7.7 billion people in the world, so that they can live life to its fullest, is the best ambition we can achieve. At Essilor Group, we are proud to help improve lives by improving sight. Essilor, seeing the world better.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Bernard. I work for Essilor, and I'm very, very happy to spend the next 30-45 minutes with you to talk to you about a company, which of course is a French company. This is why we participate in Choose France. I'll give you a short presentation in 5 parts. First, I will introduce myself. Then I will talk to you about the mission, why it is that we do what we do at Essilor. Then I'll talk to you a little bit more about what do we actually do. And then I'll go through some numbers so that you understand a bit the scale of our company. So, but first, a quick introduction on myself. I am a Swiss national. I live in Singapore. I've been in the optical industry for 25 years with Essilor since 2013. And I'm a member of the management committee of the group, and I lead all the activities here in the region meaning Asia Pacific, Middle East, Russia, Africa. I'm also the president of the e-commerce activities at Essilor. We are the largest e-commerce optical player in the world. And then finally, I'm also honored to lead the digital transformation of the group. I started my life in banking. I did my first 10 years of my career in banking, and then basically did an MBA at IMB in Switzerland and switched to optics. And basically, as you can see here, life outside of Essilor is also great. I grew up in the mountains, so I'm hoping to be able to ski next year, probably not this year. And basically, I love playing tennis, so that you know a little bit about myself. So Essilor, the first important aspect that I want to share with you about Essilor is that we are mission-driven. That's, you have probably seen that in the video. We are the largest optical company in the world, and our 150,000 people get up in the morning because they're passionate for one thing, which is basically to help people see well, to help people look good, to help people protect their eyes, and to resolve the problem of poor vision around the world. And this mission is really at Essilor central and at the core of everything that we do. And any Essilorian that you would meet, you will see them and him and her having that fire inside of their belly. Why is that mission important to us around the world? There are 2 billion people that are basically wearing glasses, so they see well. And you have 2.7 billion people additionally that need glasses but have no access to glasses, generally because they do not have access to an optician, and therefore nobody can measure the power of the lenses they would need or dispense those lenses for them. This is a massive, massive, massive problem because, of course, if you do not see well, you cannot lead a very fulfilled life. And therefore, this is our mission, is to resolve that problem. On top of it, of course, it's a huge market because, number one, even the people that do not need glasses to see, they need sunglasses to protect their eyes. They need blue protection lenses to protect from bad blue light. And also, it is a great industry to work in because the problem that we have to solve is unfortunately growing. Poor vision is accelerating across the world. I mean, here in Asia, in the young generation, almost 90% of young people need glasses because there is an increase in the occurrence of myopia. And around the world, we have seen the need for vision care or vision glasses grow steadily as people or the activities that we engage in become more and more demanding on our eyesight, especially when we watch small screen the whole day, as we nowadays unfortunately tend to do. You can see here, so a bit more about our mission, really, really deep down. Our ambition is to eliminate uncorrected poor vision by 2015. I just want to give you some examples of how we do that. For instance, in India, we have founded what we call the Eye Mitras. Eye Mitra stands for the Friends of the Eye. So basically what we do is to create optical networks in poor or far remote rural India. How we do that is that basically we go into villages, we generally recruit a woman that generally is out of work from that village. We take her to optical schools, so we teach her for 6 months the basics of optometry and the basics of how to dispense a pair of glasses. And basically then we equip her with an initial stock so that she can open a small optical practice in that village. And that basically then solves the problem of access to good vision in that village. And basically we then sell, or she then sells the product or the pair of glasses at maybe $2 or $3. So it's not great glasses, but they help you to see and help people get back into a job that they may have lost because of poor vision. It helps kids learn better at school and improve their prospects for the future. And that's really, really, really important. And for us, it's so important that we have in India helped over 13,000 villages get their small optical store. We do something similar in Indonesia, but more on a mobile optometry model and across the world. So this is really, really fundamentally the way that we want to help solve that problem. So enough about the mission, but basically it's the most important about Essilor, and let me tell you a little bit about how we do this. So you can see on the next slide, it starts by improving life, by improving sight. This is what we do. We have at Essilor more than 74,000 experts dedicated to do that. And we basically have 3 pillars on how we do this. So number one, very, very key for us is innovation, is always bring products, new ophthalmic lenses on the market to meet the consumer demand. Essilor, as you may have heard, we are a very young company of only 170 years old. That's how far back we trace our origins to a small village in the French mountain where our forefathers started to make lenses. So for 170 years, Essilor has been innovating in making ophthalmic lenses. We have pretty much invented all of the modern lenses that you see in the market today. And I guess in the room, you have a certain numbers of you that also wear a pair of these, a pair of glasses. And it is likely that 1 out of 2 of you wear our product because we basically sell one out of 2 ophthalmic lenses in the world. If you had not had Essilor, you would probably still have what we call mineral lenses, whereas today all lenses are basically plastic or organic lenses. So we invented the organic lenses. We invented the anti-reflective coating. We invented the blue light reflection protection. So basically for 117 years, we have been doing innovation. So when you do something for 170 years, you tend to become quite good at it, which is what we are. Number 2, we have a very, very wide go-to-market. We really follow a multi-channel distribution strategy. We are present in over 160 countries around the world. We serve over 350,000 clients. So our clients, they're either optical chains or they are independent opticians, such as you will see here in Singapore, for instance. We are also present in the retail side of the business directly. For instance, here in Singapore, we own Spectacles Hut. If you know that chain, you will see a bit later, we own Sunglass Hut here in Singapore. And basically, as I said, we also serve consumers directly through our e-commerce channel, which if you have ever bought glasses online, it is quite likely that you would have bought them for us, not from an Essilor website, because we use different brands, but basically that's what we do. And then finally, we work to raise the awareness for the importance of resolving the problem of poor eyesight. So basically, we have recently presented to the UN Human Rights Summit our white paper on this issue. We have got vision included in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. We are putting together very widespread coalitions so that the problem of solving poor vision comes to the forefront of politicians' agendas, which we managed to do in China, where President Xi Jinping has clearly stated that resolving myopia is one of the health priorities of China. So that's what we do. So we do that as Essilor, but not only as Essilor, because you may or may not know, Essilor 2 years ago, we have merged with an Italian company called Luxottica to become Essilor Luxottica. And we are now basically the largest optical player around the world. Let me just show you a little bit the scale and then talk to you a little bit more about both companies. So the scale of our company is we are a 17, 18 billion, where it was 17 billion before 2020, and it will be over 17 billion next year. This year we took a bit of a hit because of the pandemic, of course. What you see now, we are 17 billion. Our industry as a whole, the optical industry, is 100 billion industry. And we are by far the largest player. The second largest player has a turnover of about 3.5 billion. So we're really ahead, which is great because the market needs a leader to grow it. We are very diversified. So you can see we have a significant presence in North America. Europe is our historical, of course, place of birth. And then the region here, Asia, Oceania, Africa, is about 20% of the revenues, and also Latin America. And then you can see on the other slide how diversified we are in terms of our revenue streams. You have our direct retail, so this is basically us owning stores or us selling online, is 35%. Then you have a light blue, which is called wholesale. So this is wholesale frames, and I will show you the brands that we own, but we own Ray-Ban, we own Oakley, we own these kind of brands. And then lens and optical instruments, which you see here, the 39%, is basically what we call Essilor, or the ophthalmic lens division of the group. I think perhaps the next slide will resonate with a couple of brands, maybe especially on the right-hand side of the screen, because those are the brands that we are maybe more known for. So you all know, I hope, Ray-Ban. So Ray-Ban is the brand of the group that's the most famous brand, actually. So sunglasses and ophthalmic frame. We own Oakley, we own Persol. We license the brands Chanel, Armani, Tiffany. We own Vogue. So all of these brands you will see in optical stores on the frame side. On the left-hand side, you have brands that may be less familiar with you because they are less consumer brands or less known by consumer. But these are basically the brands that we sell our lenses under. So Transition is lenses that change with the light. You may have seen that very usefully in Singapore. where we have a lot of sunshine. We own the Nikon brand for lenses, not the Nikon company, but the Nikon brand for lenses, Varilux, Chrysal, and other brands. As I said, we are also very present in retail. So here in Singapore, you will know us for Sunglass Hut stores, for Ray-Ban stores, and for Spectacle Hut stores. So maybe one of you has been a customer of ours, which I hope very much. Okay, so my next slide is to show you a little bit our footprint around the world. So Essilor Luxottica, together we are more than 150,000 employees, and we basically cover pretty much all of the regions and all of the countries around the world, as you can see here. Going from our biggest market in North America. North America, we have almost 5,000 retail stores. We have here, you can see our 6 online banners, which are called iBuy Direct, Frames Direct, Clearly, Glasses.com. We also own in the US the second largest managed vision care company. A managed vision care company basically is a company that encourages corporate to cover some of the cost of eyeglasses for their employees, and then basically arrange that reimbursement and that interaction. You can see Latin America, also very important, with 2,500 retail stores and online banners. Europe, we have about 1,000 stores, so you will ask, why do we not have more stores in Europe? It's because we have never done any big acquisition in retail in Europe. And then basically Asia, Oceania, Africa, 2,800 stores and 2 online banners. So the place, of course, of Asia in the roadmap of the group is extremely important, because this is where the growth happens, right? I mean, Europe and North America, they are mature markets, so they may grow at maybe 2 or 3 or 4% per annum. And the region here, so what we call the fast-growing markets, is on a growth path much more around 8 to 10%. And basically, this is where the problem of poor vision is the most prevalent. And this is also the areas, the geographical area, where you have what we call the rising middle classes. So more and more people get into the middle classes, and therefore can start to afford quality eyewear, or afford their first pair of glasses. So this is why Singapore or the whole Asia is very, very important to Essilor and Luxottica together. And then in the middle here, you see the summary of it all, right? So globally, we have 10,000 stores. And more importantly, I think we serve 400,000 ECP. ECP stands for an eye care professional, so call it an independent optician. So there's more than 400,000 stores around the world where you can buy our products, so either our frames or our ophthalmic lenses. All right, I hope that it all makes sense. So let me talk to you now about what is as important as the mission to Essilor and Essilor Luxottica, which is our people. Because of course we could do none of what we do without the talent, and more than the talent, the dedication, the get-go, the energy that our 150,000 people put into the business and put into bringing the products to market and put into resolving the issue of poor vision around the world. So you see here the footprint. Of course, we have most employees in North America, followed by Europe, North America, followed by the region here. That's because, of course, most of our manufacturing bases is here in Asia, and then followed by Europe and Latin America. For us, every person that works for us is important, right? We have over 50,000 people employed in our manufacturing plant or our ophthalmic lenses labs. We have over 40,000 people that are reps, so they're the sales force. They go and visit the optician every day. And all of these jobs, every single one of them is crucially important because you cannot deliver in optics, you are not allowed to deliver a bad product. A bad product leads to people not seeing well, people not living their life well, people getting headaches and stuff like that. So the quality of the products and the precision of what we do is critically important. We are, we have a couple of key values, so call it the culture. Of course, number one is the expertise. We put a lot of time into training. We spend a lot of energy making sure that we retain our people, because you cannot become good at what you do unless you work for the company for a long time. It's a complicated industry, so we need that expertise. We pride ourselves on diversity. We have clear agendas to have as diverse as possible management teams and employees around the world. And you will see that in the next slide a bit better. Proximity, it's because we have to be very, very close to our clients. And we like the purpose-driven, which is the mission. We like people to take responsibility, and we like people to be entrepreneurial. You cannot lead a group of 150,000 people if you are too centralistic. You have to let people take their own responsibility and find their own ideas and be entrepreneurial in the marketplace. This is what we like. And then at the heart of it all, and that really, I think, sets us apart, is that Essilor was founded by its employees. So 170 years ago, Essilor was what you call a cooperative. So basically, the employee founded the companies. And that DNA and that philosophy has stayed with the company. So today, the company is no longer owned solely by its employees, and it's now a limited company, a limited public company. We are part of the largest market capitalization of the Paris Stock Exchange. However, at the core, at Essilor, we believe in the employee shareholding model. Basically, we want every employee of Essilor, and since the last 2 years also Essilor Luxottica, to be a shareholder of the company. So we do that by, number one, doing matching schemes. So basically, you can participate into a employee shareholder savings schemes, where basically when you buy a share, we give you a share. We are encouraging some payments of bonuses in shares. And basically, as you can see here, we have over 46,000 employees that are shareholders. Now, is this a lot? Is it not a lot? That 46,000 actually is a reflection more of the Essilor side of our business, if you will, which used to be 60,000 people. So basically, at Essilor, everybody's a shareholder. And as I said, since we have merged with Luxottica, that program is also being rolled out in Luxottica. What does it do to have an employee shareholding philosophy? It basically means that you align the interest of the employees and the interest of the owners. I believe in some ways that you are resolving the issue of capitalism versus communism, right? Because you are somewhere in the middle. Everybody participates in the value creation. And much more importantly as well is that because we believe in employee shareholding, means that our employee shareholders, are organized in an association that we call Valoptech. So this is the association of the employee shareholders, and that Valoptech has 3 representatives on the board of the company out of 12. So basically, 1 out of 4 seats is taken by employees, which means that the interest and the welfare of the employees are always at the forefront of the decisions that we make at the board level. And that's really, really important. And this is what makes us a bit different. I think that we are the only company that you will speak to today that really has the employee shareholding as one of the key fundamentals of what it does. Okay, finally, before we go into the breakout room, maybe a quick word about Singapore. So Essilor is committed to Singapore. We have at Essilor 15 years ago decided that we would not be a Paris-based organization. So we have basically created 3 corporate centers, one in Dallas in the US, one in Paris, and one here in Singapore. And we have moved some of what we call the corporate functions. We have moved them from Paris to Singapore. And that was basically to show our commitment and engagement to the region here. So basically at Essilor, you have 3 big centers. One of them is in Singapore. You have here a very nice picture. You know, Manpower Minister Josephine Teo visited us 3 weeks ago. And so what we do here as a program to help with the vision needs of the migrant worker community here, because we have just signed a partnership with them to take care of that. You can see in the middle, this is some of our staff for Chinese New Year lunch 2019, because 2020 was cancelled, of course. And then the other picture that you see here is a socially distanced Essilor 2020 World Side Day. So all of that to give you a bit of a picture of what we do here in Singapore. In Singapore, we are 700 employees, and basically of the 700 employees, there are a couple of Europeans like myself, but the majority are Singaporeans, Indians, Chinese, some Australians. So they're all here from the region because, again, we believe in diversity and we believe in local entrepreneurship. So I've taken exactly 26 minutes. I hope that you did find it interesting. I know that you have a couple of these to go through today, so I'm happy that I was amongst the first. And I think we can probably move to the breakout room for question and answers. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work. But for those that will not join in the breakout room, I wish you a great day of looking at French company. And of course, we would be delighted if you choose France, or maybe if one day you come to work for me. Right. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. So I am François Suquet, VP of Human Resources for STMicroelectronics in Asia, and I'm very pleased to make this presentation to you. We are very honored to make a presentation to all the students for university in Singapore, and thanks to this great Choose France program supported by the French Embassy in Singapore. So as I told you, I am VP of HR, so covering the overall Asia. I would like first to thank all my colleagues in Singapore who have helped me to prepare this presentation for you. Mrs. Jit Lim in charge of human resources for Singapore operation and activities, as well as Iris Low in charge of staffing and recruitment, and as well as all my HR colleagues in Singapore. I would like also to associate all the management of ST in Singapore in this presentation. This presentation is for you. So do not hesitate after the presentation or later on in the following days to get in touch with me for any questions. What you will see is technology start from people. So definitively we need you. We need you to continue to grow and to continue to make further development in microelectronics and in all our activity and continue to grow. So let me start the presentation. So what I will do is I will do quite fast to make the presentation about ST and also about our activities worldwide. And of course, I will spend some more time focusing on our activities and also what we can offer in terms of job, position, and career path inside the company. So first of all, we are very pleased to confirm that we have a long seniority in Singapore. We started in Singapore more than 50 years back, and we celebrated last year. You see the big picture here, our 50th anniversary in Singapore, with the great presence of the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore, as well as our CEO Jean-Marc Chéry at the right of the Deputy Prime Minister, and also Mr. Jérôme Roux, our CEO in Asia, at the extreme right of this picture. So it demonstrates that effectively, with a so long seniority for a technology company in Singapore, we are very helped and supported by the very dynamic R&D and technology ecosystem in Singapore, which greatly support us to continue to make further development. So I will go quite fast in the ST presentation. So just to tell you that we are roughly a $10 billion US dollar company. We have 46,000 employees worldwide, out of which close to 8,000 R&D engineers. And I will come back, of course, to Singapore itself. Of course, sales and marketing is absolutely critical for us. And Asia is a great region for this. And we have manufacturing, which is a key pillar for STMicroelectronics. As you can see, we are part of many organizations, and we follow and respect a lot of norms in both energy saving, but also ecology and environment. And you have some of them here. Our global presence. So what you see here is we are quite balanced between Asia. So we have 40% of our total headcount in Asia. We'll come back on it. We have a large presence, of course, in Europe, and we have also a big presence in the America. So it's a quite balanced presence all around the world between the big regions. So in terms of market, what is our vision? So first of all, our product supports the life of the people. So we stand for life augmented, as we tell, okay? And you will see just after what are the products we address and what are the products we deliver to the market. So where can you find us? So you can find us in many different activities. You can find us in what we call driving, so especially effectively the car, and the electrification of the car being a great example. You can find us, it's at the bottom on the left, in all what is connected in the homes and the city, mainly within the market of what we call Internet of Things. On the right, we can find us overall in the industry, supporting automation in the industry, in the various industry all around the world, and of course in Singapore. Okay, and we are in the mobile, we are in the Internet of Things, in the interconnected world, supported by the cloud and the mobile. So some trends and market I would like to share with you. So first of all, we address in terms of market, the market of the smart mobility. So as I told you, we address the market of the electrification of the car, which is very important for us, and which is a safer and greener market and more connected all around the world and every day. We address power and energy, and definitively we are very present in a lot of energy saving program supporting industry all around the world. And as I told you, we support also Internet of Things, which is the interconnected worlds that you are part, of course. So few examples I wanted to share with you. So first of all, in the domain of the smart mobility, yes, we are very present in all what is called security and safety of the car, which is definitively for us a very important market, taking care about people using cars. Okay, electrification of the car is for us a big market. Why? Because more you have electrification of the car, more you have electronic components behind. And definitively, we are also very present in a cleaner, greener combustion engines, which is for us, of course, a very important market. In addition, we are a lot present in what we call power and energy. Energy saving for us is important. So we support energy efficiency. We support a big industry working on energy, so renewable energy and energy saving. So this is, of course, for us also a very big market. We are in the Internet of Things. So Internet of Things is one of our first markets. So using the cloud, supporting security, safety, and boosting also all the interconnected world, and boosting also with the 5G, which is of course for us a very important market. So these are some examples of our key market I wanted to provide you. Let's go now to technology. This is not possible to address so high-level technological markets without a very deep, diverse, and very important technology portfolio. We invest on yearly basis a very high level of our revenue percent in terms of investment, in terms of R&D. So in order for our customers to be able to be independent and to be the leader in terms of technology and also their markets. Okay, so what do we address in terms of technology? And you have here some example of our big portfolio. We address the key domains in the semiconductor, supporting our semiconductor market in terms of R&D, technology, and R&D portfolio supporting our customers. So some examples I wanted to give you, so addressed by our technology portfolio. So of course we address the automotive market, which is for us very important. We address the analog, industrial, and power conversion markets. We address all what we call the E-square PROM and the microcontroller markets. We addressed discrete power and transistor. We address electronical microcomponents markets, and we address also all the proprietary technologies as well as the industry. In terms of manufacturing and R&D, definitively manufacturing is a great pillar for STMicroelectronics. We have, as you know, certainly a big facility in Singapore, one of our largest manufacturing operation in Singapore in the domain of front-end. It is located in Ang Mo Kio. And we have also electrification test and also packaging activity in Toa Payoh. Okay. So if we look at our global presence in terms of manufacturing all around the world, so we have presence in Asia. On the right, you see Singapore. I told you Ang Mo Kio and Toa Payoh, but we are also in Malaysia, we are in Philippines, and we are in Shenzhen in China. Okay, and we have big facilities, front-end mainly in France and Italy, and we have also back-end facility in Morocco, at the north of Africa, and also in Malta and in the island of Malta. Manufacturing for us is definitively a key pillar because it provides us our ability to be independent until a certain level, supporting our customers and being able also to produce within our own internal operation the product for our customers and supporting our customers making their products. So definitively for us, innovations is definitively absolutely key. And I will come back after on people, which is for us the key driver. You have here some key some KPIs I would like to share with you. First of all, in terms of patents, we deposit a lot of patents every year, and you see here the number of patents we have deposited in 2019. We should reach more in 2020. In terms of revenue, I told you we invest yearly basis a lot of money in terms of R&D in order to stay and continue to be a leader in our industry. And last year we have invested 16% in the domain of the R&D. And in terms of people, which is the first point, we have close to 8,000 people in the domain of the R&D and also in the domain of the product design, which is the product application R&D. I would like to speak a little bit about sales. Asia for us is a very, very, very important market. Close to 40% of the revenue of ST is performed in Asia, and we ship to Asia to our customers, to assembly plants, more than 60% of the product we produce in ST. So in terms of sales, where are we? You see here all the sales office we have all around the world, and you see all the one we have in Asia, in all the countries, in Singapore, of course, but also in all the countries of the south and the north of Asia. You see Europe, and you see also America. So in terms of customers, you see here the 10 top customers in 2019. So all those names you know very well. They are big names of very, very important customers: Apple, Bosch, Sienna, Continental, HP, Huawei, Mobileye, Samsung, Seagate, Tesla. I'm sure you know all those very well-known companies. And we are very proud to have all these key accounts and very important customers that we are able to support from STMicroelectronics. We have also a lot of very important customers all around the world, as well as a distribution market, which is very, very important, especially here in Asia, and supported by our Asia Pac sales and marketing organization. Let me go now to sustainability. Sustainability for us is very important. So let's, of course, for us, it's absolutely our DNA. We start from people. So we put people first. Definitively, this is the DNA of the company. It was very visible again during all the COVID situation. It's still visible. You know that the COVID still continues to spread in many countries. Hopefully the situation now is excellent in Singapore. So definitively putting people at first. We want to create this very high level of engagement between the people and the company, and also push the people to grow in ST and also develop their career path. I will come back on it just after. Okay. So improving also everybody's life is also important for us. We contribute to a lot of sustainable profit initiatives. We contribute to innovation. And in Singapore specifically, we are very active also together with the French Embassy, which support us in the domain of the R&D ecosystem. Quality, sustainable technology are also for us key areas of evolution, growth, and development. Energy saving, ecology, environment, our capacity to take care about waste and effluent, our chemicals is also for us very important. And we used to follow at ST the highest level in terms of standard and also norms, which is for us very important. Diversity and inclusion. So this is also a message I wanted to address. 40%, 44% of our workforce is made with women and talented ladies. We want more, definitively, and especially in the core function of the company, whatever manufacturing and R&D. So please, ladies, if you are interested to join ST, please come. This is important. We need you. And we want to have more ladies in our industry. Definitively, you know that very often within the promotions, there are between 20-25% of ladies. Of course, it depends from a university to another. So we want at ST to do more and to make more. In terms of diversity and inclusions, we have a lot of KPIs, and we are also very proud to confirm that our CEO has recently announced that our next president of HR will be a lady, and I'm very happy to confirm that it will be a lady coming from Asia. Disability also and supporting employment of disabled people is also very important to this. And of course, if you have any question on it, please do not hesitate to raise. So most important part now, our people. So you see that among our 46,000 employees around the world, we have more than 18,000 in Asia, so around 40% of our total workforce. In Asia, we have all the activities of the company, manufacturing front-end, manufacturing back-end, we have divisions, we have a product application, okay? We have sales and marketing, a very important organization, when we have all the support function of the company and of course, the supply chain. Okay, and you have the breakdown in terms of manufacturing, R&D, marketing, sales, divisions, and support function on this chart. So technology definitively start from people, and let me show you what we do in Singapore. So I will not present again this chart because I showed you earlier in my presentation. So let me show you the 4 sites we represent in Singapore. So we have 4 activities. We have a big manufacturing operation, one of the largest manufacturing operation at ST in Ang Mo Kio, okay, in Singapore. We have very close to Ang Mo Kio in Serangoon North. We have what we call our business headquarters, grouping our key regional functions, supporting Asia, but also R&D, design, application support, supply chain, and of course, supporting our customers with our sales and marketing organization. We are in Toa Payoh with a global and manufacturing headquarters, but also we have front-end manufacturing in Ang Mo Kio as well as back-end manufacturing. And we have a logistic hub for Asia in Loyang. Okay, so you see that we have a quite very large activity in Singapore, representing most of the job function and activity of our company. So we have, as I told you, we have a long presence in Singapore. ST was one of the first semiconductor companies to open a factory in Singapore. It was in 1969, very long time ago. Most of you were not born at that time. Okay, and we developed our manufacturing operation year after year. Let me also tell you that recently, it was end of October, we are very proud to have announced that we have opened a new lab-in-lab initiative dedicated on the MEMS technology in collaboration with A-STARS Institute of Microelectronics in Singapore, as well as Japanese manufacturing tool vendor Ulvac in Singapore. So this is a new innovation. We continue to grow in the domain of the R&D and the manufacturing in Singapore, and we will continue to do it thanks to the R&D dynamic ecosystem in Singapore. Let's go to career, okay? And this time I would like to spend a little bit more time to tell you what is possible and what are the high-level career you could perform in our company. So first, in the domain of the technology development, you see that we have a large batch of activities and job functions which are possible. From advanced R&D to characterization, to process R&D, to mask technology in the domain of the manufacturing, to package development in the domain of our back-end activity. So we are also in what we call design, in product high hardware and software design, so designing our chip for our customers. And you have here all the job function you can make in the company as soon as effectively you have microelectronic competencies and technical skills and expertise. In the domain of the operations, so of course all these job functions are available in Singapore thanks to the very large operation we have there. From process engineer, definitively a very important position, especially for a young engineer, device engineering, test engineering, production management, process management, maintenance, because we have a lot of equipment and maintenance is definitively for us a key activity, fab management, as well as, of course, automation, because IT is everywhere in a fab, and automation is a very, very, very important activity, supporting the efficiency and also the performance of a very large activity like the one we have in Ang Mo Kio. We have over, just a second, please. So we have other job function in our company, especially in Singapore, in the domain of the quality and in the domain of the health and safety and environment, okay, as well as in central and manufacturing planning, industrial engineering. We are also in fab training, which is very important. You have to know that we have a permanent activity in terms of training, embedded into our shifted operations. So for us, the continuous improvement of the skills of our people is definitively important. Purchasing, operation management, site management, quality. Okay. Supply chain for us is definitively also a key activity. So if you are interested, please feel free to raise, especially in Asia, where we have a very important part of our sales, and we are also on the way to transform our supply chain for providing better and higher added value to our customers. Okay, so in terms of sales and marketing, so we have a very important team of sales and marketing in Asia, and with a big representation here in Singapore at the BHQ. Okay, so we have a lot of different job function, of course, in the domain of the sales itself, the marketing, the field application engineering, taking care about our customers and our products, the forecasting and the demand forecasting, which is important, the business planning. Okay. Then I would like to go to support staff function. So we have, of course, in Asia and especially here in Singapore, all the support function, whatever communication, human resources, I am very pleased with this, purchasing, legal, finance, quality IT, but also site services, ethics and compliance, which is very important for us, and also all the administration job function. So some figures in terms of opportunities in Singapore I would like to share with you. So in terms of permanent positions, we have hired in 2019 and 2020 year to date 262 people, both engineers and high-level professionals. So this is a big number, you see. We have hired also interns and apprentices. we have hired trainees, and we have also scholarship program. I also take this opportunity to tell that in association with the French Embassy, we also offer some opportunities for Singapore students to perform part of their internship in our France operations. So this is possible. So if you are also interested, please feel free to raise and to ask questions. So what does it mean working at ST? So first, we need you because we need that you bring at ST your ability of creativity and innovation. So we are in a market that needs young people. So you will be the future of the company, definitively, bringing your passion, bringing your ability to push further the innovation capacity of the company. So of course, we have a certain number of job functions where we are specifically interested because of our current job opening in Singapore. You see some here, but even if it's not exhaustive, electrical and electronics engineers, mechanical engineering, mechatronic, material and science, chemical, industrial, physics, computer science. Well, this is just an example, but what I would like also to tell you is we can hire in many various job functions in Singapore due to our very large operations there. Our technology starts with you, so definitively everything comes from people. We are very convinced at ST about it, and definitively your passion in technology will bring our ability to continue to grow in the future. So in terms of position available, you see also here some position available we have currently in our company and specifically in Singapore in the domain of process, equipment, device, engineering, so especially in the fab, in the domain of the product, digital, analog design, digital verification within our product group, okay, in the domain of the software development, product test engineering, characterization, validation, so also in the domain of the product development application groups, okay. You see here our website, My ST Careers Talentsoft, that you could connect on in order to have a visibility, visit our website, recruitment website, have a visibility, connect with us, and also, of course, post your candidacies. Okay, so thanks a lot. So this is what I wanted to tell you quite rapidly this morning, and I'm very happy again very proud to make this presentation to Singapore high-level students. I am, of course, now very available for any questions you would like to share, and feel free to get in touch with me and also to the HR department from STMicroelectronics in Singapore following this meeting. Thank you. Back to you, Frédéric. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I hope you are spending a good Saturday so far. We are the 21st of November and in about 1 month time we all gonna celebrate Christmas with our loved ones. Today I wanted to share with you more information about Ubisoft and Ubisoft Singapore. It's a world of opportunities, and we're gonna start by showing you a short video, and after that I will share with you more in-depth information about us. Video as much as I did. As you can see, the video is very energetic. We can celebrate a lot of diverse background, culture, different universe. We are really creating different worlds across different continents and among all our games. It has been really a great adventure for me to work at Ubisoft, and I'm sure that if you guys join us one day, you will also feel the same feeling. Okay, so I'm going to discuss with you, I'm going to share with you more information about the group Ubisoft in general first, and then after we will deep dive into Ubisoft Singapore, and then after I will share with you some of the career opportunities that we have for you young talents. So regarding some of the key facts, Ubisoft has been created in 1986. We are one of the top publisher and game developer in the world. We have developed a lot of different franchises. I'm sure that we will go through some of them later, and you've been hearing about us a few times. We have actually more than 17,000 people in the world. And we have opened multiple studios, and we're still growing. We're still opening more and more studios. Our mission is really to enrich players' life with original and memorable NFTs. And that's true. I don't know if you already played some of our game, but it's really about the experience. It's about the emotion, the feeling that you get out of the game. You spend hours playing. Our CEO, Yves Guillemot, likes to remind us that our aim is to create positive gaming experiences that will stay with the player long after they put down the gamepad. We're convinced that gaming offers real-life benefits, And we all share his vision, and we are working super hard to share this vision and to create this positive gaming experience for all our players. We have a network of 17,000 people working in the world. We are among the 17,000. You have a different game family. We're talking about software engineers. We're talking about marketing people, human resource, IT, designer, artist. So it's really a mix of a lot of background and different skill set. We have 94 nationalities worldwide. That's really awesome. And we have opened a lot of studios in the world. Some of the famous franchises that you guys might be familiar with, Watch Dogs, and we just launched Watch Dogs Legend that is happening in London. I don't know if you have played it, but if you didn't, please do. It's really, really awesome. We just released Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's about the Viking period, a very entertaining and very interesting era in our history. We also have worked on The Crew, Rayman, Mario and Rabbids with a collaboration with Nintendo, and so on. Regarding our presence in the world, in red you can see the studios who are doing game development. And in gray, you can see the business offices where they do the distribution, which means the publishing part. Once the game is produced by the studio in the red, they are asked to the other studio to actually publish them and make sure that we cover the entire world by doing local adaptation and making sure that our game creates the same level of experience everywhere in the world. Now, let's talk about Ubisoft Singapore, 2008 until now. So it's been a fantastic ride so far for the studio, keeping growing every year. Today we have a total number of staff of 450 people, and we're still growing. I'm the talent acquisition manager, and I can tell you that my list of new hire for next year is really long. We are counting 36 nationalities. And we have participated to the production of 16 games so far. Our studio, it's been 12 years that we are doing game development. We have participated to a lot of Assassin's Creed, mainly. At first, we started with Mutant Turtle Ninja. It was really our first trial, and we rapidly developed skills and experience in handling a very difficult part in most of the Assassin's Creed. And rapidly, the other studio development in the world, they saw that the skills and the talents that we are developing and growing in Ubisoft Singapore and in Singapore in general is really adapted to the needs of the global resources for the production of the famous franchise of Assassin's Creed. So we are getting more and more trust from the other studio in the world and from the headquarters in Paris, who are really believing in our capacity and our potential. We have worked on Prince of Persia, we have worked on Ghost Recon, we have worked on Immortals Phoenix Rising that will be released very soon, and lately Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Now, let's talk about Skull and Bones. I don't know if you guys heard about this game. It's going to be an amazing game around the piracy. We can't really share too much information about it, but it's coming soon. It's coming strong. Be prepared. You're going to hear about this game a lot in the next month. Our studio culture. We like to emphasize and to pay attention to 4 distinctive pillars. The first one is ambitious pioneer. Yes, we want to do something. We want to take initiative. We want to do the extra mile and to participate to the production of video games. Agile learner, it means that whatever the situation, we always need to be agile in our mindset, in the way we're thinking. We need to adapt to the change. Change is constantly around us, so it's very important that we keep learning. We are very humble. We never reach the top already. We are always constantly learning, and that's fantastic to see this across all the different people we are working with every day. Diversity champion. Obviously, like we mentioned, we have people coming from different backgrounds, different countries, different horizons, different mindsets, and we are all working together. Serious about fun. Obviously, we are a fun company. We are creating fun for millions of players. So we are serious because this is our work, but this is an amazing and a very fun work. Now, opportunities for young talents. There are many. Singapore wouldn't be what it is today without all the local talents in Singapore. We have been very lucky to employ some of the most talented Singaporeans, and they are still working in our company. We are working very closely with a lot of schools, and our partnership never stops. We are always trying to partner with strong local partners to make sure that we have the best talent joining us. In the Singapore studio, we are hiring for a diverse team. We are always looking for new talents in human resource, but also in IT, in programming, art, animation, communication, marketing. It's important to emphasize that because a lot of people think that to be hired in a video game company, you only need to be an animator, an artist, a designer, or a software engineer, but it's not true. If you come from a technical background, but you have no knowledge in video game, you are welcome to apply for a job at Ubisoft Singapore. Even if you come from HR, you are working in the operations, you are in IT, or you are focusing on the onboarding of new joiner, you also have an opportunity for you to join for joining Ubisoft Singapore. We welcome every talented people who share the same mindset as us and really want to create a world of fun and a world of opportunities for our millions of players. Regarding the 4 main pillars and the 4 main job family where we are constantly growing and hiring. So on the programming side, we are always hiring on the gameplay side. The graphic rendering is very, very key to ensure the highest quality for our game. The engine, the game security, the user interface, online, artificial intelligence. We are always trying to explore what are the latest technologies to keep improving the quality of our games. The second pillar, the art and animation. All the artists and all animators, if you have 1 year of experience, even fresh graduate, or if you are more experienced, we will always pay attention to your application. We have fantastic artists and fantastic talents in Singapore once again. So please don't hesitate to reach out to me, reach out to us, and ask if there are any opportunities for you. Same for the designer. We are hiring a lot of game designer, the level designer, the UX, the user experience, narrative, and technical design. On the production part, we call that also production services and project management. We are welcoming everyone who are keen to participate in helping the project to follow the guidelines, making sure that the budget is respected, the number of high resources are there to deliver piece by piece for the game. So all these 4 families, these 4 pillars are very important for the production of the game. For students and graduates, we have 3 tracks. The first one is internship. Internship, usually we are in favor of a longer internship. 6 months is our preference. We have students who approach us and ask for 3 months internship. The reason why we are preferring 6 months is because if you come to the, if you arrive in a studio like Ubisoft Singapore, you will need some time to get used to our methodology, our tools, our way of thinking, and the production methods. So 3 months is just enough for you to finish your 3rd month and to start to deliver quality. So it's much better experience if after 3 months you still have 3 more months to go to develop your skills, to keep learning more, and to add value to your day-to-day job. The second track is the contract roles. We have a few contractors in the company. 6 months is also the minimum period of a contract, and it can be extendable or converted as a full-time position, which is the third part. I would say today 85 to 90% of all our positions right now are full-time positions. We also have a fantastic opportunity for young talents. It's called Ubisoft Graduate Program. Ubisoft Graduate Program, it's a 2 years studio project. You have an opportunity to spend 1 year abroad to gather a lot of experience, to experience another country, another language, another team, and then go back, if you wish so, to your home studio. It's definitely a career accelerator, and that's where you spend a lot of time acquiring new skill set, knowledge, and methodology that are taught by our experts who are based in different studios in the world. So you have this exposure to top experts. You also have the network of all the graduate people who've done this program before. You have a lot of trainings, and you can share sessions where you learn a lot. So it's a fantastic opportunity. That's it for the presentation for today. I really hope you guys were interested in what I shared with you. I really believe Ubisoft has something very, very important. The mission is very important. We take it very seriously. If you want to have fun, if you want to take fun very seriously and participate to create these experiences for all our players, you can just reach out to us or reach out to me, and I'll be happy to follow up with you directly. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, I'm Nadine Brun from BioMérieux company. BioMérieux is a clinical diagnostic and also industrial company. Here I'm representing BioMérieux from Singapore, being the general manager here for the area and for ASEAN area. So I have the pleasure today to introduce my company and to explain you what we are doing, what are the strengths of the company, and also what is the history of the company. So first of all, I would like to start by the family history, which is to serve medicine and public health worldwide. So BioMérieux has been created several years ago, and I will come back on that just after. And first of all, I would like to come back on the origin of the company. You can see that when I'm telling you it's a family company, we are starting by Marcel Mérieux, who was working, and he was the assistant of Louis Pasteur a long time ago already. And following Marcel Mérieux, afterwards it was Charles Mérieux. Sorry, I have an issue with the slide. It was Charles Mérieux, followed afterward also by Alain Mérieux, and more recently with Alexandre, who is our current CEO. Alexandre took the lead of the company. It was 6 years ago, something like that. So it's a very strong family history with a very high level of commitment of the family to support public health. So what I would like to share with you today, it's also the ambition of BioMérieux, the ambition of the company, which is to support public health, as I mentioned, but more than that, it's to pioneer diagnostics. I think it's important to understand what is the role of diagnostic in the value chain of healthcare. And I think that with the recent events and with the pandemic, with the COVID-19 pandemic, you should have seen also the role of the diagnostic in the public health. So BioMérieux is working on 3 different areas. We have immunoassays solution, we have molecular biology, and we have as well microbiology. We are the leader in the domain of clinical diagnostic for the microbiology area. And here it's covering the detection of virus, of bacteria in the domain of clinical infectious disease, typically. So we are providing an entire solution, whatever is the technology. And of course, the big strength of BioMérieux, based on what I explained before, based on its history, it's also to have a lot of experts all over the world to develop new solutions and to provide the best services to our key partners. I'm thinking about, of course, the laboratories, our key customers, but also the clinician, the hospital, and at the end of the story, of course, we always have the patient. So now to come back on the history again of BioMérieux, what I was telling you is that the company has been founded a long time ago with Marcel Mérieux at that time. Nevertheless, the entity of BioMérieux has 50 years, which is a long history of expertise. Today, in terms of revenue, the weight is 2.6 billion euros. In 2019, and the sales are extremely important outside of France. It's 90% at the international level. 25 years also of experience in the industrial area for food, beverage, cosmetics, which is also significant. And in terms of number of employees, we have 12,000 people over the world. Among this big entity, we have almost 2,000 people working for research and development. So many experts, as I mentioned it before. And for a company working on the diagnostic, it's extremely important to have this level of expertise internally. And it's the notion of partnership also that we have with our customers and with the laboratories. So now, very important also to understand where BioMérieux is located. We are located in more than 40 countries all over the world. It could be through subsidiaries, like it is the case here in Singapore, but it could be also through distribution. We are working with many distributors, and it's my case here in ASEAN, for example, covering more than 11 countries, working closely together with distributors. So here we are serving in total in the world 160 countries. We are divided in different regions, with Asia, of course, with Africa, even more important and taking even more weight than yesterday. The reason is because we are in a developing areas in Africa, and the healthcare development is strategic. Then we have, of course, Americas, with North America and also with Latin America. And Europe, of course, with the headquarters in Marcy-l'Étoile in France. So now what is the weight of the different areas? We can see that in terms of revenue, Americas is representing the biggest part with almost 1.2 billion euros, and it's representing 45% of the sales. In Europe, it's 36% of the sales, again with the headquarters based in France, in Marcy-l'Étoile, close to Lyon. And then we have Asia Pacific with 19% of sales. The organic growth is extremely healthy, and it's important for a company like us because we have to invest a lot for the research and development, and the organic growth is at 7.2%. Just to give you an idea, in terms of investment for research and development, it represents approximately 12% of the revenue, which is higher than the average in this kind of industry. So now what I would like to speak about, it's the expertise in vitro diagnostic. What I was telling you just before, the fact that we have more than 55 years of experience with key experts on board, and with almost 2,000 people working at R&D level. And of course, it's this know-how is not comparable to any other know-how that we may have in the company. So regarding this key ambition, and I think it's purely the vision of BioMérieux, which is pioneering diagnostic. It's what I was telling you before. It's also addressing the public health challenges. Here, our role is to bring a clinical diagnostic solution or industrial solution. And for the clinical diagnostic solution, our ambition is to meet the challenges of the clinician, of the hospital, of the laboratories to improve the patient health. While for the industrial support, still in the in vitro diagnostic, the goal is really to protect the consumer health. So regarding the key challenges in terms of clinical diagnostic, one of the key pillars that we have and where we are really pioneering diagnostic, it's regarding the antimicrobial resistance. I think everybody heard about the fact that we need to use the antibiotics for right purpose. This week is the week of the awareness regarding the antimicrobial resistance. I think with the recent pandemic and COVID-19, we have never been so aware of the fact that we need to pay attention to the use of the antibiotics, because when it is a virus, there is no need to use an antibiotic. And typically here, BioMérieux is providing a very robust solution in order to work together and to partner with the clinician, with the hospital, with this ambition to get antimicrobial stewardship program and to fight the resistance of antibiotics. So this pillar is extremely important, and it's fundamental in the identity of BioMérieux. The second one is regarding the patient and very oriented on the patient regarding the respiratory infection. The third one is about the sepsis, which is also a big challenge that we have to face, and also the emergency care. And last but not least is the protection of the consumer health, as I mentioned just before. So regarding the clinical diagnostic, and it's what I was explaining just before, we have a different kind of key stakeholders for who we need to address the key challenges. Of course, the first person who is at the center of our interest is the patient. And it's very important to think about that before everything. So the ambition of BioMérieux will be to provide a solution and diagnostic product to the clinician, to the physician, to the hospital, to the laboratories in order to better manage the patient and to have a better outcome for the patient and to provide faster results. Because more you are providing faster results, more you are giving chance to the patient and less the cost in the hospital will be high. So regarding our influence and where we can really bring value, of course, we are speaking more and more about medical value. It's not limited just to one test that we will provide to the laboratory, but we are really providing a solution to the hospital with a medical value and faster results. So at the end of the story, there is also a big interest and a big advantage for the laboratories working for the clinician, because for them it will be a way to be more productive and to get faster and accurate results to the clinician. So then on the next slide, what I would like to show you, it's the importance that we have, because in fact, in the current environment, we are moving from the interaction between us and the laboratory, which was the past history, and now it's not enough. It's not anymore the point. The ambition of BioMérieux is, of course, to continue to work with laboratories because it's the first interlocutor that we have, and because they are using the product in order to deliver the results to the clinician. But we have also more and more to discuss and to partner with the clinician on himself. And why? Because the clinician is the one who will provide the treatment to the patient. So we need to bring value to the clinician in order to allow him to give the right treatment, the right time, at the first time, and efficiently as soon as possible. So the last ambition that we have is also to provide a solution for the health system. So this is beyond our ecosystem, beyond the laboratories or the clinician. It's also for the population, and it's also for the entire system. When we are speaking about the pandemic of COVID-19, and I think it will speak to everyone, the intention is also to limit the spread of the pandemic. So regarding the recent launches, one of the major one has been BioFire. So BioFire pneumonia panel, and I will come back on that just after, because the BioFire history is very important. BioFire, in fact, is linked to one of the acquisition that we did in the past. It was 6 years ago. BioFire is based in Salt Lake City in the US. And when we did the acquisition of BioFire, it was to bring more value in our solution and to get faster results and to be closer to the clinician and to the patient. And with the pandemic that we have seen with COVID-19, we could have seen that BioFire has been a very, very robust tools in order to put the diagnostic at the center of the interest and really to provide the best test to the clinician and to the patient for better treatment. The second one is the Vitek MS database expansion. So in mass spectrometry, it's also very important to provide solution in order to do a better discrimination between the different species and the accounts. And last but not least, it's the Virtuo and the BacT-Alert. This product is also extremely important for a blood culture analysis. So those are three key examples that I would like to share with you, having in mind the first one with BioFire, which is, again, very important in the particular context of COVID-19. But more than that, we are also, of course, using BioFire for meningitis, for gastrointestinal infection. And here in Singapore, typically, BioFire is extremely used for all those pathologies to give faster results. So the level of innovation behind is extremely high. Our microbiology offer. I was speaking about the antimicrobial resistance, our ability to be pioneer in this area. Today, we have the entire solution able to do the identification of the microbe, which is responsible of the pathology, and to do the antibiogram in order to determine which antibiotic should the clinician use in order to act very quickly at the patient level to provide the best treatment as soon as possible. So here we have the entire offer. I will not go into details, but it's from the culture to the identification of the pathogen until the antibiogram. Now, what I would like to share with you as well, it's regarding our immunoassay and molecular biology offer. For immunoassay, we have also the newcomer, which is Hybiome. The launch is ongoing, and it's the acquisition that we did recently. It's a Chinese company. For the immunoassay, the last launch we did was typically for COVID-19, again, to detect IgG and IgM and to get a serology test in our portfolio in complement to the molecular biology. So you see, each time when we are providing a solution, it means that we are able to provide different technology, because different technology will allow us to answer different kind of questions in the different steps of the pathology. Molecular biology, I spoke about BioFire, which is the very rapid test. In less than 60 minutes, you can get the results, and you can know exactly which pathogen is responsible of the pathology. Where BioFire is extremely innovative, it's one of the only tests in the world where you have a syndromic approach. In one pouch, one test only, you have different pathogen. It could be virus, it could be bacteria, and all those different microbes will be tested in one shot. So in less than 60 minutes, less than 1 hour, if you are a clinician, you are able to know which pathogen is responsible of the pathology of your patient, which is somewhere a bit magic to provide this kind of solution so easily, because inside, I can tell you that it's powered by a very high level of technology with PCR, and honestly speaking, even 10 years ago, when you were thinking about that, it was just impossible to get this kind of technology with this ease of use solution. And then we have the more classical product with the standard extraction and amplification and detection that are used for high-level volume in the laboratories. It's what we name IMAG, eStream, and ARGENE. Same story here. We have it also for COVID-19. So you see that the power and the strength of BioMérieux is really to be able to provide the solution quickly on the market. For COVID-19, we have it on BioFire, we have it on IMAG, ARGENE, all those solution, and we have it also in immunoassay. So it means that in less than 1 year, BioMérieux and the team of the innovation has been able to launch new products in the different technology to provide the best solution to our customer. So this power of innovation, this power of investment in R&D is one of the criteria and one of the key strengths of BioMérieux. So on the next slide, what I would like to share with you is our long-term vision. I hope so that you understood the power of BioMérieux with this ability to deliver new products quickly and to answer the key challenges of our clinician in order to better support the patient at the end. And in terms of long-term vision, you can see the first keyword is innovation. So we want to sustain what we have initiated for many years. We want to keep the right level of expertise inside the company. We want to continue also to have this good dynamic with merge and acquisition. And I think it's one of the key strengths also of BioMérieux to be able to identify the right technology at the right moment and to do the acquisition, the partnership with the right company in order to complete the portfolio and to have a real solution at the end to be provided. And last but not least, on the top of the portfolio expansion, what is important as well is the geographic expansion. At the beginning of the presentation, I have explained that we are covering more than 140 countries all over the world. This ambition is still there. Why? Because BioMérieux wants also to pioneer diagnostic, what I was mentioning, but also to be a key actor to strengthen and to support the development of public health. The next point is about our history in terms of partnership, what I was speaking about just before. One of the key strengths in a company is to be able to identify which technology will bring value to the solution, will bring value to the portfolio. And here, typically, I will not go into details, but just to tell you that all the dates here corresponds to a new acquisition. So you can see that in a period of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, we are always able to bring an added value with an additional technology to enrich our portfolio. And one of the last ones was with BioFire in 2013, 7 years ago. And another one, which is also very important, it's everything that is linked to the data management. Because on the top of providing a diagnostic solution, we are also providing, and before everything, we are providing data to the clinician for a better management of the patient. So this development in data and IT is also extremely important, and it's not only biology inside. So innovation, which is one of the key points that I was mentioning. So I was explaining that the innovation is going through the strategic acquisition that we are able to do. But when we are doing an acquisition, of course, there is also the acquisition of the know-how in the company with the research and development. Just to give you an idea regarding the coverage of BioMérieux, our R&D sites are based in France. We have several sites in Lyon. We have one also in the west-south of France, and we have one as well in La Balme. So it's for microbiology tests and immunology. And in the west-south, it's for molecular biology. So all the different key expertise that are represented in France. But on the top of it, and the biggest site are in the US. We have Salt Lake City with BioFire, with all the scientists. We have also in the Missouri, in St. Louis, the site which is the Vitec site for identification on antibiogram. And we have also one big site in Durham for blood culture. We have other few sites in the world, and I was mentioning the one in China, which is a recent also acquisition for immunology. So we have a very good coverage all over the world. For BioMérieux, it's extremely important to be diversified, to have scientists, expertise coming from many different countries. I think that it is something that has been well understood by BioMérieux, that the strength is also to take the benefit of the different knowledge all over the world. And we are also partnering a lot with research laboratories in the different area, again in US, in France, in China, everywhere we are extremely present to partner with our customers. On the next slide, I just would like to give you a few figures regarding the innovation. 99 scientific communication. So this one was presented during international congresses, and it was for both application in clinical and also for the industrial market. And it's what I was mentioning regarding the application in 2018. Then 30 patents application per year, which is a lot, I think, for the scientists at BioMérieux level. And when you are working in R&D, I think it's very important also to choose a company where you will have the opportunity to give a patent and to participate to patent application. 18 R&D centers worldwide, and with sites where we are partnering also with key scientists all over the world. On the next slide, what I would like to speak about, after having presented the activity of BioMérieux and the innovation power that we have behind, it's more regarding the corporate social responsibility. I think it is extremely important to come back to the origin of BioMérieux. Personally, I'm working for BioMérieux for 14 years. I can tell you that the reason why I'm working for BioMérieux is for the culture inside the company. Of course, on the top of what BioMérieux can provide in terms of solution, the identity of BioMérieux is for me extremely important. So as I mentioned, BioMérieux is a family company, and I think that the people in the company are, I would say, at the center of the interest for our human resources and also for our CEO. And I think this point is extremely important to be invested, committed, and to provide the best every day when we are spending so much time to work. So regarding the corporate social responsibility, as I mentioned it, committed to people, committed to the employees, ourselves as manager, myself being a general manager here in ASEAN, we are trained on a very regular basis. And I give you an example, but one of the key points that is pushed for the moment inside the company, it's everything that is linked to the behavior. And for me, indeed, working as a team and providing the best, even more in a pandemic situation, starts by the behavior of everyone. So I think it's just to illustrate the culture that is inside BioMérieux. There is also a very strong commitment to the environment, which is very important as well for a company who is involved strongly in the domain of the healthcare. Committed also to the ethics of the business. And this point is also very important. Again, being a general manager, we are doing business every day with many countries, with many different key stakeholders, with many hospitals, laboratories, distributors, and for us it's extremely important to do it in a good ethics, respecting the rules and the law in the different countries that we are covering, and also the laws of the French authorities. So this is my last slide regarding the commitment to the ethics in business. Preventing corruption, it's a key role also of BioMérieux. We want to work respecting this kind of ethics, securing the distribution network. My role, being the general manager of ASEAN, is also to work closely together with my partner, my distributor. And again, I come back on that, but I think it's a reality even more today than yesterday. With the pandemic, we have also a responsibility to work hand in hand with our distributor and to take care of the situation. Preventing conflict of interest, this point is also our responsibility, and we are managing at the cluster level or at the subsidiary level with this kind of responsibility in mind. It's the question of all the different managers in the organization. Applying the export regulations, which is, of course, a fundamental. We need also to respect the responsible purchasing charter, which is a given, but I think it's very important. So all those key rules are at the essence of our business, our ethics. On the top of providing the best for the healthcare, we want also to do it respecting the ethics and compliance. And it's for the business part, but also for the people. So that there are also many actions at BioMérieux level to respect and to develop the diversity. I was mentioning all the different countries we are covering. I think that the ethics, it's also the diversity with people coming from different country, region, religion, and etc. So just to finish and to tell you that on my side, I'm very proud to work for a company like BioMérieux with the values that are behind. I have the feeling also to work for a good cause. and with, I would say, a very good spirit, team spirit, and with a very high level of respect of all the employees. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm here to answer your questions just after this session.
Okay, hello everybody. Thanks for coming to this presentation today. It's a real pleasure for me to be in Visio with you, representing Naval Group to this Shoes France career fair. I am François-Régis Boulevard. I am a naval architect and engineer since a long time. I work on submarine, frigate, 7 aircraft carrier. Today, I am at the heart of the worldwide innovation which is really in the DNA of Naval Group for more than 400 years. I am the International Scientific Cooperation Directors of Naval Group, which is, as you see, the European leaders in naval defense. I will start by giving an overview of our field of competencies, our worldwide footprints, and our innovation roadmap. Then I will leave the floor to the head of Singapore Naval Group R&D Centers of Excellence, Denis Gallieu, for some details of hers. First, European leaders in naval defense, but still an understandable company. So next slide, please. We are not Airbus or Boeing. Okay, I think we need to go to the next slide, but I do not manage. As I say, we are not Airbus or Boeing. 15,000 people are working today in Naval Group. We have a 30.7 billion euro revenue, something near 6 billion Singaporean dollars turnover, and 8.5 order books, increasing every year since 2015. For 2020, sure, we have the COVID impact and it will decrease. But as we have done 2019 exceptional years, it should be without much to impact for us. And we hope that things will come back in 2021. In fact, today, customers only postpone their order, they do not cancel it. In fact, we have 50 customer Navy around the world, and we are part of Global Compact. Global Compact is a United Nations label for company values system, so integrity, responsibility to people on the planet, but also setting clearly the stage for long-term success. Two last comments on this slide. We invest 3.1% of our revenue in R&D, and also about the shareholders, we are government shareholding agency for 62%. The other shareholders are Thales, 35%, and employees. Next slide. As I told you, Naval Group is present internationally and is partnering in many countries, keeping the compliance and Global Compact value in mind. The proximity we are looking for is to be near our customer and to understand their need. It is clearly our policy. The policy of Naval Group is to be customer-centric and then bring good answer using technology to answer this need. In your area, you see that we are in Singapore, and that started 15 years ago with the Delta class frigate. You are potentially too young, but if you are a fan of James Bond film, you can see the Lafayette class frigate in the 1995 Golden Age movie. It was a very big success of Naval Group, and this success led to the Delta class in Singapore. As I said already, we are customer-centric, and we are anticipating the operation need of tomorrow. Naval crew of tomorrow, we are convinced, and you know that, young fellow, Naval crew of tomorrow will not have the same crew of today's crew, will not have the same needs. So we need to be prepared and to give them the best machine to do things. We are working quite importantly on the main machine interface, and technology is moving, people are moving, and we need to bring that together. We prepare clearly the integration of new technology, which are running very, very fast. You know that in Singapore, especially with students in the best university. In fact, we develop innovations to answer these needs using the best technology available. Next slide, we bring three main advantages to our customer: sustainability at sea, to stay at sea in a complete safety and for a long time. When people deploy, they are quite far from their harbor and they need to be autonomous. We offer information superiority in order to know sooner and better with more details than the others around. And finally, we bring engagement superiority with a stealth, robust shield, including cyber domain. With these two main advantages, clearly our customer have the global superiority in the domain. And that is really important. Next slide is an illustration of the complexity of our product. To build a SSBN, you need to put together more than 1 million components compared to a car, Boeing. It is massive. You see on the screen that it is clearly something that it's another scale of magnitudes. Same kind of example at the bottom of the slide, when you compare line of code or software for anti-air frigates, Freda is an anti-air warfare frigate with 25 million line of codes, which is also something like massive. You imagine that you have some very, very interesting work to do in different domains. Communication, sensors, material, human factors, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, cyber, autonomous system, and so on. Clearly, to do that kind of things, we invest in all of this technology. Next slide. In fact, we are French, and we built all the big ships of the French Navy. So SSBN, SSN, aircraft carrier, frigates, but we built also quite impressive ships abroad too. So in Brazil, India, Australia for submarine. In Australia, as you surely know, we just started a very important adventure to design and then build 12 submarines. That will be the attack class submarine. But we will not only design and build, we will also maintain and upgrade in order to keep the operational superiority for all the through life of the submarine. So we just started 50 years cooperation, at least. So you imagine it could be all work life working on something and giving the maturity of technology and upgrading things. And so we never finish when you work on that kind of topics. On surface ship, we are very innovative too. I spoke about the Delta class and the Lafayette class. We are more recently built ship for Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. In Europe too, it's not on the slide, but we create a brand new concept for mine warfare with mothership and UXV. We have USV, which are going into minefield, UUV, which are tracking and destroy mine, and UAV, which monitor all the operation and get the info back to the mothership, with the crew staying outside the dangers. This work on autonomous system working together is also a big challenge that we face with success, and that will be improved also in the coming years. I arrive to the next slide on the innovation domain. In fact, our innovation is based on 3 pillars. The scientific pillar, with partnering with university and research centers. It's very important. So working with university, with scientific is very important. We invest in research to do innovation. We should open quite soon an international research lab in Australia with French research agency and 4 universities that we call the Crossing area. We will work also with a Nanyang Technological University in the next year, and we work from time to time with NUS too. So that's a pillar, first pillar, very important. We have a second pillar, which is the startup pillars, to be quick and easy on innovation. Then we have the industry pillar to develop these good things. So we have good idea with startup, turn to innovation, and to develop innovation, we are doing by ourselves, or we partners with some local industry, and we develop things. In France, 1,500 persons are working on the innovation domain. And clearly, this innovation is at the cornerstone of our plan. We have a new CEO, and he decided a transformation plan, which is called 2025. And this transformation plan is based also on 4 pillars, and one of these pillars is clearly the innovation. So that's very, very important, and innovation, as I said at the beginning, is the DNA of Naval Group, and we change all the products that we're working on in. So we are working with more than 40 partners in 85 technical area of expertise. We have partnership with university research centers all around the world. The 3.1% you see already. Clearly, this innovation approach is fully open, but still need a quite structured order in order to be efficient. We are not United States, which are able to spend millions without result. We want results, so that's why it's quite a structural approach. I will go to the next slide. In fact, this structural approach is based on six priorities. These six priorities allow us to answer the customer needs, as I say at the beginning. So first, I will start with a smart ship. In fact, we design a ship. Ship will it 5 to 10 years to design and develop a new ship. Then the ship will have 30 years long life. So you imagine the technology will run faster than that. So we need to build the ship from the beginning, thinking about the new technology that we need to integrate and that will integrate into the ship. So it's a smart ship from the beginning to be able to integrate, to have all the intelligence at the beginning and integrate new technology. This ship is never alone. It's always connected to other ships, to aircraft. So that's why we have a second priority, which is the smart naval forces, in order to clearly have the coordination and connectivity with all outside world of the ship. So that's the second priority, smart naval forces. And then we have the third priority, which is smart availability. In fact, yes, we want to be sustainable at sea, for our customer, and give them the global view of the ship. So to have intelligence maintenance, remote maintenance, and so on. So that is totally a smart availability, and the people have to be confident in their ship. Another priority is what we call blue ship. In fact, we take care of the environment, but also we want to be efficient and optimize the energy on board. Energy on board is very crucial, so we design smart naval grids to have an optimized energy on board. And to finish, now I have two other topics. One is about the invulnerable ship. Yes, as I said, the ship should be to have the good radar protection signatures, cyber protections, and so on. So invulnerable ship to be able to engage and resist to any engagements. And I will finish by the sixth priority, which is a smart industry, to have the tools ourselves to do the ship, the smart ship. So shipyard to design and build efficiently the ship of tomorrow, and to always increase and have our workforce to do the work with the real efficiency. We are working, for example, on exoskeleton, on a robot, blast and paint robot, in order to have something very efficient and a workforce which is really not have too difficult job. I will finish and leave the floor to Denis Gagneux, who just arrived in Singapore as head of the R&D Center of Excellence that we created just last year. So we really invest a little more in Singapore, and we are very confident that working with a Singapore student and Singapore research ecosystem will bring very new innovation in our domains. Denis, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, François-Régis, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Denis Gagneux. I am the head of Naval Group Center of Excellence in Singapore, as François-Régis said. I just joined Singapore a week ago, so I am very enthusiastic to work here in a dynamic and cutting-edge technology area. And I will try to explain in a few words what is the Center of Excellence in Singapore. So, The Center of Excellence is fully included in the innovation strategy and research and development of the group. Our mission is to be an innovative player in the maritime environment with laboratory, university, SME, and other industry. And a second mission is to be a business accelerator in Singapore for the group. The Center of Excellence is focused activities on the three in digitalization field on three domains. The first one is artificial intelligence for vessel and board navigation aids and marine autonomous systems. We also study interaction between the system and operator through innovative man-machine interface. So for digitalization, system connection is a real challenge, both for inside vessel communication and for a fleet. So this is why our second domain handle data exchange and data protections. And in few words, the last topic is about additive manufacturing, organic and metallic field for, of course, naval applications. So in this area, the Center of Excellence offers 3 internships. The first one will take place in France through a joint collaboration between the Embassy of France in Singapore, French companies, and Singaporean universities. This internship will start in July of the next year. It's open to any nationality, of course, but must be enrolled in any of the 6 Singaporean universities. Of round-trip ticket, accommodation assistance, and French lesson will be provided. So, as you can see on the presentations, the application is not open, but it will be open in the next year, and you can apply in a dedicated platform. You will find the link in the presentations, and you can find also in the link some details of the internships we can finish in the future. This was the first internship. The Center of Excellence offer also a second internship which takes place in Singapore. The subject is decision-making support through artificial intelligence for operator in ship navigation. This subject is directly related to Innovation Center of Excellence and directly connected to research activity from Naval Group. These internships include several activities, of course. The first activity is a state-of-the-art of artificial intelligence about framework and also hardware targets. The trainee needs to propose a neural network architecture. He needs to implement and test at least one algorithm. And he should contribute to developing a support algorithm for operate to make precise anti-collision decision systems. So we are looking for some student to be a trainee with some technical skills, as is writing on the slides. Of course, we're looking for some skills in computing, in artificial intelligence. For example, we're looking for some trainee with skills in TensorFlow or Python or other languages for computing. And we have a team, first team in the Center of Excellence to support this trainee. And of course, we have a team in France with a specialist will be able to support a trainee during the internship. The Center of Excellence will offer a second subject. This is the third internship. It's about the chatbot. So we try to develop a project in order to decide how chatbot can help operator in board the ship. The goal is to create an effective man-machine interaction through deep neural language processing and conversational flow design. So it's a very tricky subject because today there is only simple interfaces on board through operator, through an HMI with a button, with a window interfaces. We try to innovate into this interface and to elaborate interface of tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, of course, and to reduce and to have a better understanding between the man and the machine. So the internship will include several activities. Of course, we will find architecture design, framework studies, and construction of artificial intelligence for a chatbot, and activities where the trainee need to propose tools and system improvement to drive data fusion and analysis. So this is a short description about our internships. So if you need more information, you can visit our website, and of course we are here to answer to your questions, and you can communicate to us some questions to have more details about Center of Excellence activity or about internship descriptions or other questions. So thank you very much to have followed this video, and we see in the few time about question and answer session.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here today. My name is Joelle and I'm the HR Director for LVMH South and Southeast Asia. So the purpose in this presentation today is to share with you more around LVMH as a group, our beautiful brands and maisons. In addition to that, what it will take to craft your career, should you wish to join us in the future. So on that note, please allow me to share my screen with you now. And we will get started. Okay, wonderful. So there is no better way for me to introduce our maisons by sharing a video with you. So allow me to start with that. Fantastic. I always get goosebumps actually watching that video. It just makes me just beam with pride, you know, with the beautiful, incredible maisons that we have in our group. And I'm sure you saw a number of them from Louis Vuitton, Moët Hennessy, Fendi, Loro Piana, among many others, including Bulgari, Tag Heuer, Sephora, DFS, and the list absolutely goes on. What I'd like to do with you is also share some meaningful numbers, meaningful figures that really make LVMH the #1 and the world leader in luxury. So one thing that's very unique about LVMH is that we are a conglomerate and we ensure that our maisons operate highly decentrally, which is quite unusual. But the reason why we do this is because we believe that every single one of our maisons is unique. And every single maison needs to operate independently of one another in order to preserve its true heritage and to preserve what its main focus is going to be. So here are these meaningful numbers and meaningful figures for you to have a look at. So as you can see here, 75 exceptional maisons. And I will talk to you a bit more about what they look like and how far they date back to, as well as perhaps some of the newer ones that we have in a short while. We operate across 70 countries globally, all the way from the USA to Asia. And we're currently at 163,000 employees. The reason why we put 33,000 hires here is because actually in the last 3 years, up until 2019, we were hiring this number of employees every year. And these numbers are not something that every single company can share. We have been aggressively growing, and it's something that we are very proud to talk about and have been very proud to talk about. Another couple of very notable numbers, 4,900 plus stores. Stores, we're talking about retail stores. Retail is at the heart of the LVMH strategy. We want to ensure direct ownership in order to ensure that we can also really own the client experience that we're creating for our people. To ensure that we're close enough to the products, that we're getting the feedback that we need to be able to move forward. And finally, 53.7 billion euros. That was recorded in 2019. Now, many of you may be wondering, well, what is the current state of affairs today? When you look at the current pandemic, actually, as LVMH, we are definitely performing above the market. For the first 9 months of trading, we were only 21% down organic growth year on year. And actually in the last quarter, so quarter 3 to date, we were only down 7% organic growth year on year, really showing a marked improvement and really showing that we are going to be able to recover. We are going to bounce back. And the majority of that coming from the China and the China consumer, as you can imagine. So we talked a bit about the maisons, and don't worry, I'm not going to go through every single maison that we have across our group, but I do want to highlight that we have maisons dating back to the 13th century. Isn't that incredible? And we have new maisons. If you look at Fenty, which was created just last year, the fashion maison, which I'm sure everyone on this call has heard of, that was only 2019. So we have grown, and through significant number of acquisitions. In 2016, we acquired Nova, of course, the luxury travel and lifestyle maison. In 2017, we acquired Fenty Beauty, which is all about creating a makeup brand and skincare brand for diverse individuals. And in 2018, we acquired Belmond, which is a hotels and experiences group, really adding to that experiential portfolio that we have and that we want to be able to create. And it's diverse across wines and spirits, fashion and leather goods, perfume and cosmetics, selective retailing, watches and jewelry, and other activities from gardens to hotels to newspapers, a truly diverse portfolio. So, people make the difference. What does this mean? This is absolutely at our core as LVMH. Although we operate as a maison in a very decentralized manner, and we want to preserve, the uniqueness of each of our maisons. One thing that we do have is this red line that exists across every single one of our brands, and that's that people make the difference, as well as 3 core values that I'm going to take you through now. Our people nurture our brands and ultimately make us successful. And that's something that Bernard Arnault, our CEO, holds very true. And you can see that from the quote that he shared here. So what are our shared values? The first one is being creative and innovative. But what does that really mean? It's about encouraging curiosity and diversity, challenging, being challenged, and of course being open to ideas. It is around continually renewing what we have to offer, but also being able to stay true to our unique heritage. And a couple of examples of that, Moet and Chandon were the very first maison ever to create the very first champagne on ice. And if you look at Louis Vuitton and the way in which they have constantly reinvented themselves through different collaborations, in particular, perhaps the one with Supreme, something that actually many maisons had never done, to be able to bring streetwear with the luxury maisons is something that we really look to really drive and be at the forefront of. The next shared value is around delivering excellence. I think you can see from the video that we have, that is true excellence. The way in which we stitch every single bag with our hands, the way in which we create every watch and the detail of that, the number of years that sometimes we will wait for wines to be ready. That's about delivering excellence. We uphold standards for us and for our teams. We demonstrate passion and empathy, and we anticipate and exceed future desires. And this really came to life during the pandemic. A lot of our maisons, many of them perhaps weren't on e-commerce. A number of them had not brought the technology to the forefront. However, very quickly we were able to adapt. We were able to bring our e-commerce centers online. We were able to serve our clients remotely and without compromising too much on what that client experience looked like. And that really shows what excellence can be, especially for within our maisons. And the third shared value is cultivating an entrepreneurial spirit. It's about empowering others, risk-taking, embracing change, and looking at ambitious opportunities. I've got so many examples of this, but the one that comes to life immediately is a program that we have here at LVMH called DARE. And DARE is all about finding entrepreneurs within our organization. We will put a call out to ideas, to our employees, to reinvent what the future of luxury is going to be. After the ideas are submitted, people that are selected will go on a workshop where they can bring their ideas to life within the group. It's such an incredible opportunity for some of our people. And most recently, the workshop was held in Shanghai last year. I wanted to share a video of it today, but unfortunately I can't. Hopefully I'll be able to get the link to you through some of the materials that we have here today. Focusing on talent diversity. So we've talked about LVMH, we've talked about our maisons and the values that we hold true. But what about when it comes to our people? What does that look like? We have 163,000 employees, as I shared earlier. And when it comes to gender, at entry level, 73% are women and 27% are men. And we are very, very close to hitting 50-50 by the end of this year, meaning that at senior leadership levels, we will have 50-50, 50% women, 50% men. And that is something that we have been making a very concerted and considerate effort into achieving over the last 10 years. And we have a number of initiatives around women leadership to really drive this forward. I talked about retail and sales earlier, and these numbers just highlight its true importance. 60% of our populations are in retail and sales. And in the last 9 years, our workforce has increased by 67%, okay, which is numbers that not many companies can really talk about, 67%. And another exciting piece is that 2/3 of our positions at senior levels are actually filled internally. So our focus on creating dynamic opportunities for our people within our group is absolutely core of what we hope to be able to achieve. And something that we hope also encourages people to want to join us. Because here you can have your full career. You can work across different industries, you can work across different brands, and you can even work across different functions. And we have so many examples of where that's been the case. So crafting your career with us. I think just moving on and coming back to what I shared just a moment ago, we have a diversity of businesses, professions, and brands. And so if you were to join LVMH in the future, this is really motivating to know that you can really have a 360 career with us. So what are the key successes to having a career with us? The first is knowing the group. We operate across so many different spheres with so many different business models, so many different products and ways of doing business. And so getting to know our group through, for example, websites like the Business of Fashion, WSGN, and even getting to know some of our people and being curious about what that looks like are some of the ways in which you can do that. Being known. This is why I'm here today, and this is why I'm going to be at the Q&A later on. I would love to get to know you. I'd love for you to ask questions, and I'd love to understand more about what's on your mind. And that's one way of being known and being able to network and build your reputation across our platform. LVMH are very visible across campus, across different career fairs in Singapore and beyond. So that's also very key. And finally, knowing yourself. I believe this was very important, no matter which company you move on to. But it's also very important and very specific to LVMH, because we believe that it's so important for you to look at your skills, look at where your strengths are, and really hone in on that. We believe in following your passions and really making sure that it's a core focus of what you want to do and how you work with us as well. So just to finish off my presentation, I would like to share with you a short video of some of our retail teams. I've been talking about retail quite a lot. I hope this highlights a bit more about our culture and the way in which we like to operate.
Are we ready?
It's fast-paced,
Challenging,
It's refreshing.
achieving goals,
Having fun with customers, trying new things.
our amazing, talented people. It is the #1 luxury brand.
I moved from cosmetic to watches, and I find that watches will be totally different, interesting and challenging.
It is actually an enriching experience for me. I feel that there's a real family feel right here.
Exciting career opportunities within the group.
Excellent. So this is coming to the end now of our presentation. I just want to take the opportunity to thank you very much for being here today. I am going to be joining you at the Q&A straight after this. So all the very best, and I look forward to seeing you there. I look forward to hearing the questions you have to ask. We're all yours. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And first of all, I would like to thank the French Embassy and Campus France for having me here tonight. Before I'm gonna introduce the company and myself, I'm gonna play a small video who's gonna take us around 2 minutes, who's gonna showcase a little bit about Alcatel-Lucent and the 100 years anniversary that we celebrated, in fact, last year. There we go.
Ever since the beginning, human beings have been striving to perfect the exchange of information and feelings. That's because the essence of life is to communicate and connect. With the advancement of technology, especially electricity, pioneers and inventors have blazed new trails to achieve this mission. For Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, the first technology breakthrough came in 1919 when Aaron Vail created le téléphone privé. This anticipated the vision that all companies would need a reliable means of communication to drive prosperity and sustainable growth. Just a few years later, Vail's newly formed company, Telic, began selling advanced usage-based communication services. On the strength of its business model and communications technology, Telic thrived in the roaring 20s, a time of great mobility, engineering marvels, and social change. The transformation accelerated during the second half of the 20th century with CIT, la Compagnie Industrielle des Télécommunications, and finally with the creation of Alcatel and Alcatel-Lucent, a global telecommunications powerhouse. Business vision and new technologies produced more breakthroughs. Thanks to our communications technologies, businesses and societies around the globe have been able to take a great leap forward. We have built high-speed digital networks and helped thousands of enterprises flourish and succeed. It's also been instrumental in helping businesses enhance the customer relationship, making contact center technology widely available. Around the onset of the new millennium, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise was born. That's when the company implemented a new strategy to seize the opportunities of digital transformation, the cloud, verticals, and the Internet of Things. And this was just a beginning. Since then, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise has continued to invent and shape the future of communications. Whether it's biotechnologies, nanotechnologies, the science of emotion, autonomous vehicles, space travel, or transhumanism, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise will be there. Today and tomorrow, we're connecting the future.
Hello there again. I hope you like this small introduction about our 100-year anniversary. First of all, congratulations for the guys and the ladies and gentlemen still on the call, because I know it has been a long day. For that, I will try to make it short and sweet and light, and also try to make it a little bit personal. So, my name is Dirk Dumortier. I'm not French. I'm not Singaporean, but a Belgian guy, but more about me later on. And I'm working for a company who calls Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise. The topic is very simple. It's about why choosing France. I told you that I'm going to try to make it light. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to introduce a little bit the organization, talk a bit about our values, and then really deep diving a little bit more in about getting personal, because I think that this is probably even more important is the whole career. It's everything around that than really who we are. But of course, let's start with who we are. Now, if you look here at this slide, we are, and what you could see also in the video, we are connecting everything. And we talk about connecting people, processes, and devices. In reality, it's pretty simple. we are delivering network and communication equipment. But there is one very important aspect there, and that is one in the first sentences, is technology that works for you. This sounds very simple, but we truly believe that technology can only work if it adds value, if it helps you in your daily doing. And that's really where we stand for and what we try to achieve. Our mission is really trying to deliver that in any possible way. Is that on site, through the cloud, making it as easy as possible to let our equipment being used. Now, as you can see, our organization, Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, has a long history, but is also very young. It is headquartered in France, in Colombes, the northwest of Paris. We have offices in more than 50 countries. 11 of them are within Asia Pacific. We have around 2,000 employees, and we work, in fact, exclusively with resellers. So you will not see us really selling directly ourselves. And that's one also of our key advantages. We are, in fact, operational in 5 different verticals. The hospitality, who are, of course, a little bit hard these days with the COVID-19. We are also working in transportation, government, healthcare, and last but not least, education themselves. On the right-hand side, you can see our recent breakthroughs. I will not go into detail on this slide, but we are, in fact, recognized as well by the major analysts around the world. Is it the Gartners, the IDCs, you call them. Now, the main focus I'm going to put today is really about the research, development, what we are doing in general and where we are heading to. So we are indeed a worldwide company. We have 4 main development countries. Within each of the countries, multiple development centers. You can see here the different locations as such. And if you look to the products that we are selling, the solutions that we are bringing to the market to help you out, ranges the fact for connectivity services that is easily linked to the simple things like Wi-Fi, the LAN connectivities. We also have the location services, that is to make sure that we can track where people, devices, tools are, so that you create more efficiency. At the opposite side, we deliver the critical communication services who are still necessary. That's the telephony, the good old telephony, of course, completely in a new package. And next to it, the collaboration services. Now, the collaboration services is really more in what you know these days as in the WhatsApps, the WeChats, the Teams, you call it. And we have, of course, also our own solutions in that area. Now, in between, in green, and that's connecting, in fact, these 2 areas, is also the workflow and notification services. I'm going to come back to that in a minute later on as well. But that is indeed fully automating every alert, every alarm, making sure that all the workflows are done in real time in a necessary environment. Now, you saw in the video that had started, in fact, a long time ago, 101 years exactly. Now, that started with a simple telephone. Many years later, that started with a LAN switch. And now, of course, these devices are becoming much more than just a LAN switch or an access point or a telephone on your desk. We are talking here and we are moving completely to autonomous networking, where even AI comes into the picture, where all types of automation and analytics are part of it to make sure that this is fully automated and simplified. It is, of course, also about cybersecurity. When we connect any device, any process, nothing particular, but we need to be cyber secure. So also cybersecurity is one of the domain knowledges we all need to have. Then we talk about the hybrid collaboration tools. Of course, moving also to augmented reality parts, cognitive communications, AI as well. So that is, of course, another element playing a big role. As all the things are automated, as all the things are part of a bigger element. An example in that, if you look today, if you order a taxi, is it the Gojeks or is it the Grabs? It doesn't really matter. You have a way to communicate as well. Next to the data side, you can communicate. Now, this type of communications are also part of elements what we are doing. And that happens, in fact, through all the APIs. So all the products we have are also, in fact, integrating through APIs, through bigger applications, through bigger, in fact, solutions out there for you to use. Of course, there is also the transformation service. It's not always simple and clear if you move from an existing technology, how you move forward to an automated, to a smart city, to a smart hospital, you call it. There is a lot of consultancy who comes into the picture. So that's also one of the areas that we need to specialize ourselves in. And of course, delivering everything as a service. If I say delivering everything as a service, we mean that by the word. We have examples where we deliver our complete solution in for example, the hospitality in a hotel, where the hotel owner gets all that equipment for free, but he pays, in fact, a little amount per person who stays in a room with him. So we are really taking the delivery as a service to the next level and really mean it what we say. So these are, for us, in fact, the foundations for digital transformation. So we are far away from the old phone and the LAN switch. It's absolutely foundations that we are building now for digital transformation. With that, we are creating everything who is smart. So we are creating smart hotels, smart transportation, where everything is automated, from buying a ticket to going on board. Everything needs to be fully automated. We are there informing the people. Smart governments, smart city, that's where I'm also part of. Healthcare, smart healthcare. Okay, with COVID-19, you have seen a lot of these elements popping up. The digitalization is important, and this is only accelerating. So that's why we are really doing okay in this area. And then, of course, also the education, smart education. A lot of things are happening in education, specifically with all the telelearning, all the LMS solutions out there. Everything needs to be connected. With that, it's quite sure that we are going into technology that works for you, and that we are, in fact, changing the way in how you're going to use technology in the future. Now, looking at the delivery of all the services, especially when we talk about cloud, here you can see a map of all the data centers that we are, in fact, of course, these data centers are not all our data centers, they are all outsourced, but these are, in fact, locations where our gear or softwares are, in fact, running around the globe. So you can see Singapore is there as well. That's a primary data center where we operate out for the majority of Asia. We are also having primary ones in China and secondary almost everywhere around in the region. With that, let's have a small look at our customers. Like I said, we are not selling directly, so you will not always see yourselves. But it is hardly in Singapore not to come across us. As soon that you land in the airport, if you go to the school, if you go even in a hotel, through the highways, transportation, even when you are ill or go to prison, we are there. And these are, in fact, logos where we did business with this year alone. So you can imagine we are absolutely everywhere, although you do not always see us. Now, besides the technology, besides the solution that we are selling, when you select an organization, when you select a company to work for, it is also important to look at their core values. Because the core value drives, in fact, the behavior of the employee. For us, the key values are speed and agility, the customer centricity, of course, because that's the number one for everything. And last but not least, the reliability of the people themselves. French companies really believe in their employees. And that is absolutely, for me, one of the main reasons why I'm in this organization and why I stay in this organization. Now, all this is not just a paper on the wall or something people talk about. We have, in fact, our yearly value days. We just had one a few weeks back, where we as an organization, although this time virtually, are really coming together with games, with everything you can imagine, to really create that spirit, to really make sure that we are seen as one team working with the core values. Besides core values, the social corporate responsibilities is a second aspect that is important for me. And we have a few of them. One of them is the Mercy ships. I'm not sure if you have heard about them. They are in fact an organization who have an hospital in a ship, who are going across different countries wherever they can, of course, and in fact do life-saving surgeries, making sure that these people with some minimal surgery can live a decent life. And we are providing in fact communication and networking solutions for them. The second one is Quebeca. That's in fact in South Africa organization who try to make sure that as many kids as possible can go to school. It doesn't look always simple, but for these guys, when they live miles away from school, sometimes a simple gift as a bicycle, and indeed this is the gifts of bicycles, can do miracles. Instead of letting the kids walk for 2-3 hours before they are in fact heading to their class, now with the bicycle it goes of course way faster, and it allows them to get to school, to get trained, and in fact be part and create a better future. Next to that, we are also part of United Nations Global Compact. There is also a subsidiary of that here in Singapore, and that makes sure that everything we do, is it from a human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption, that everything is in fact really covered. So that is in fact us as an organization. Now, why are customers really selecting Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise? First of all is the extensive end-to-end solutions we have around the networking and communications. Is it cloud or wherever, it doesn't really matter. We have always a solution for you that helps. Our commitment, of course, as well to work with partners. We are not bypassing our partners. We make sure that the partners are making their own living because that's important. These are the guys with the hands in the street to make sure that they are selling our gear. We are also different in the fact that we work really on verticals. I'm in fact dedicated to 2 of these verticals. One of them is healthcare, the other one is smart city. And that creates in fact a differentiation as well. When we talk to our customers, they feel that we are much more closer to their core business. They understand, we understand their feeling, we understand their worries, and that's important. And of course, also that we use open standards, we have the APIs so that we can integrate with everything. An element who is not on this slide, but what I think should be on this slide, is in fact one of the reasons is also our people. We are all specialists in that domain, and we are making sure that our customers feel themselves pampered, feel the fact surrounded by knowledge so that they can deliver and do their job better. And that's really one of the core values we are after as well. Now, with that, I would like to move to the section where I wanted to be a little bit more personal. It is good to have technology knowledge, but you need to understand, and definitely yourself, you are moving now from study, what to do next to the study, starting in fact in your career life. Now, the career life is something very funny. First of all, a little bit background about myself. I told you I'm a Belgian guy. from the north of Belgium. I got in 82. That sounds long ago, and that is indeed long ago, but it doesn't feel long ago. A bachelor degree in telecommunication and microprocessors. You can compare it now like a bachelor degree in cybersecurity of one of the high topics of artificial intelligence, something in that sense. Of course, these technologies today is value zero, but at that point in time, that was absolutely the top notch. So you probably feel yourself as well top notch, ready to hit the road. Now, when I started, I entered the fact, and you all will see what this map is. This is in fact the Singapore MRT map. So I started on the east-west line in the west side, and starting in fact my career, my journey. And you need to understand that you can plan your journey as good and bad as you want, and you can stay on the east-west line, but each station you pass is an opportunity. Is an opportunity for you to change, to move up, to even change completely course and change and take another line, or even take a circle line. Everything is possible, and that's one of the first things you need to know. Now, when I started in a company who calls Bell Telephone Manufacturing Company. Now, you saw in the video that was maybe 100 years ago, but it is in fact much older than that. Bell Telephone Manufacturing is in fact an American-Canadian company where also AT&T comes from. Even the friend that you will know who in fact invented the telephone, or friend Alexander Graham Bell, was in fact one of the guys creating that company in 1882. So luckily I'm not that old, but as you can see, it's in fact a long history in the back end. Now, during my career in Europe, when I started in Belgium and then later on in the Benelux, I did multiple jobs, and you can see them here, starting even with the screwdriver in my pocket, moving up to marketing director in the Benelux. As you can see, all the jobs that you do, it's completely different. You need to in fact relearn, start again from scratch, and that's in fact what I did from day one. When you are young, things happening, and yes, you are marrying and you have a kid. I was lucky to have a daughter. And of course, during the years, the company, Bell Telephone Manufacturing Company, they sold their shares in, that was ITT, sold their shares to Alcatel. That's where I became Alcatel. Alcatel bought, in fact, a lot of companies in the time when the LAN and the Wi-Fi came into the picture, and they bought a company, Xilan. I went to that company before it was integrated back into Alcatel. And in fact, then something bad happened. Now I must say, yes, bad. If you look at the case that I lost my daughter, we had trouble in the relationship. I divorced. My ex-wife also passed away, so it was a little bit a harsh timing. But okay, like I say, it's a bad time, but I learned also a lot. In fact, I learned a lot from my daughter at the time to take care about life, to enjoy life on a daily basis. She had cystic fibrosis, not very well known here in the region, but she knew since she was a baby that she didn't have a long life to live. So she was aware of that, and she learned me a lot. Now, in the dark period, I decided, and I informed in fact HR from, hey, I had it here in Belgium and in the Benelux. I'm free, between brackets. Why not? If you need me, if I can help somewhere out in another country, let me know. Now, the funny thing was, on a Friday afternoon, I remember very well, at 4 o'clock even, I got a call from the vice president of Alcatel-Lucent in the time in China, from Shanghai, who was in fact the vice president for APAC region, to ask me from, hey, Dirk, I heard that you are willing to try something else. Are you not interested to come and work for me for Asia Pacific out of Shanghai? He even offered me a plane ticket. Don't make a decision now, just fly in, have a look around, and make your decision afterwards. Of course, you don't need to ask me that twice. So I jumped on the plane and there we go. Now that was in 2003 in the middle of the SARS, but that's just a coincidence. I decided to take that role and I came to China and I was in China for 5 years. Like I said, like you can see, I did also multiple functions there. Now, as everything, things are changing. And the company merged, in fact, with an American company who was Lucent. So the company became Alcatel-Lucent. Also, life goes on. Also, private life goes on. And I was lucky to fall in love again and to marry again. Now here I'm going to make a small sidetrack to show you how important French, and for me, French company is and was. That girl I married is a mainland Chinese. Okay, you will say not difficult because you were in China. Now my wife is in fact from the Northeast. She studied in the Jilin, the university. She started to work in Beijing and then she decided to go for her master. Now her master's, for taking that master, she went to France. She went to Grenoble, and Grenoble is in the south east of France, close to Switzerland, close to the Alps. A wonderful place, I can tell you, to study. She got her master's and she started to work in Paris. She worked for 1 to 2 years in Paris for a company who calls Alcatel. Now in 2004, she was transferred to Shanghai. Now that's where I met her. The funny thing is, I was earlier in Shanghai. I didn't speak the language, but my wife, of course, speaks Chinese, but she has never been in Shanghai. So I was a little bit her tour guide, and of course, she was my translator. So all by all, very happy. I got my first kid, and then we moved, in fact, to Singapore. And now since 2008, I'm here in Singapore. Now what happened normally when you change homes or change countries, yep, there was also a second kid. Now in Belgium, we call that as a kind of a joke when you move that you get an extra kid. It's not by coincidence. I have not done for it, but each time I moved, indeed, I had a kid. So maybe I will not travel anymore, or at least not move anymore. But that's where I am. So here you can see also all the different jobs that I have done. And also that in fact the company, and you saw that in the video as well, since a couple of years became Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise. Now we are now Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise because the main company who was mainly dealing with service providers was integrated with Nokia. So we are now a fully standalone organization with a history of name from Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, operational a little bit everywhere in the world, but our headquarters is in fact here in Singapore for the Asia-Pacific region. Now with all that, I wanted just to share with you that your career is indeed and will be a journey. So please enjoy what you do. I still enjoy my job like the first day I started. And there are different reasons why. First of all, you need to excel in what you like. Yes, you're going to do different jobs. Sometimes it's a job that is not that good in your eyes, but always take these points that you excel in. The people will recognize you for that, and automatically you get a new function. That happens to me with half of my jobs that I have done. You really focus on it, you excel in it, and automatically you become the next guy leading that division. So you will be rewarded. By all no other means, family is your family. You need to take care of your family. It's part of your life. So please balance well. I know with COVID-19, it's sometimes challenging, but really also in an Asian setting versus an European setting is totally different. I can tell you, but please balance well. Another element, and I think you all understand that, you all have learned that by yourself already, learning, in fact, your learning is only starting. Each day I'm learning new stuff, at least 1 hour a day that I do nothing else than study, study, study. The technology is changing extremely rapidly. If you want to be specialized in domains like, for me, healthcare and smart city, it is absolutely something that you need to be aware of. Invest in your study, invest in what you do. Your personal drive is also something important. So please find your personal drive, whatever that may be. The mine is easy as exploring and helping. Exploring is in everything, is in being curious in what's new in technology. Is it traveling around? Is trying new stuff. That's for me, that makes my day very important. And then the second one, who is very rewarding, is helping others. The best way to have a good feeling is helping others for me. And that's a fact what helps me in my drive. After even 38 years, I'm still like starting the very first day I went to work. And the happy thing about it, it pays my bill. Select also a company that cares about the employee. And that's where I'm going to make a link again with France. France is, or French companies are in fact a very good mix between having a vision, having a direction, but also thinking and helping the employees. Okay, I didn't told you, but in fact my wife, when she came here, she is also working mainly for French companies. She has been working, yes, with Alcatel-Lucent, yes, of course, but she also worked for L'Oréal, also a French company. She also worked for Louis Vuitton just before me, Louis Vuitton with Hennessy. So she was there as well. And now she is running, in fact, her own business. But as you can see, my whole life, even my wife's, is completely surrounded by French. Now, there is also another element, and that's the culture. Culture is very important. You have the Chinese culture where everything needs to go fast, 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 and faster. You have the Singapore culture who is a little bit mixed, also still need to go fast. French culture is a little bit different. Of course, you have your coffee espressos. I don't like espressos, but for me it's a coffee latte, doesn't matter. But espressos is part of their habits. A lunch is a lunch, you take time for it. But there is also one element that is sometimes long discussions. Here in an Asian culture, you have a discussion. At the end of the discussion, the boss makes a decision and everything walk in that direction of your boss. A French company is a little bit different in the sense that, yes, you have a discussion. The discussions can take a while. Nothing wrong with that. But everybody even if you make then a decision, people can come back on that decision. They will still keep on challenging you. That is good and bad, of course. That means it takes a little bit longer before you have a final decision. But when you have that final decision, you are in fact much more sure that you have the right things, the right direction. So it's a knife who cuts at both sides. The China methodology is a little bit different. It's try first, and you're going to see how to fail first. That's a complete different way. The French way is much more thinking it through, having long discussions in that sense. And of course, also the culture of the office behavior. In the morning, you're going to kiss your colleagues, say hello to everybody. Sometimes that you don't see that so often here in the Singapore setting. So you are much more personal and much more connected in that French culture. But that's a fact and a good thing. I like different cultures. I like to enjoy the different cultures, and you need to take the best out of these cultures. And last but not least, of course, please keep on smiling, because the journey is long, but the journey can also keep you warm. So very important in that aspect. So with that, if you are interested to join our family, you are more than welcome. I think this year we hired in Singapore 2-3 people, and I lost a little bit track. because with the COVID-19, we have not been so often in the office, but I know we had a new sales lady coming in fact, 3 weeks back. We are hiring, so here you can see the different positions. You also see the beautiful lady, Melanie. She is in fact our HR for the Southeast Asia, so you can get in touch with her if you want to reach out and having more information about the hirings. So you can see there are in France, US, Spain, even in Belgium, if you would like to get interested to take up one of these roles, or you just leave your name if there's a position free here in Singapore, then Melanie can definitely call you back. No worries for that. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention. I wish you definitely a fruitful journey. And if you can, if you are interested, I can only encourage you to go to France, because it has shaped my complete life. And it was a wonderful journey so far, and I hope it keeps going that way. So if you have questions, please feel free to jump into the Zoom session, the thing that will be announced in a few moments, and I talk to you later then. For the rest, if you would like to get in contact with myself, this is my email address, this is my telephone number. I'm always happy not to drink an espresso, but a cafe latte or a normal tea, it doesn't matter, or just a phone call. I'm always here to talk to you, give you advice, whatever it may be. Once again, thank you for your attention. Have a wonderful evening and all the best in your future careers. Bye.